Hello and welcome everyone to Blood on the Bayou number 4. I am Josh and I am joined today by Rod. How are you doing today, Rod?
Doing all right, Josh. Just pretty excited here to cast some CC games. Looking forward to seeing what all the meta kind of shapes up here in the circuit. I know we have Sao Paulo going on at the moment right now, with the top four decks kind of still being roughly the same. So we're hoping to see some interesting deck choices here from our players.
Yeah, it's kind of our last time that we get to do this before Omens releases. But for those of you who don't know, we are doing this Blood on the Bayou circuit series here in the spring here in Houston, Texas. We are on our 4th event, which is today, 5/17 for CC. And we're basically running a monthly 1K event that is going on here. So we have our pricing breakdown here at the top. And by playing each month, you are acquiring circuit points, and that is every time that you show up, you just get 2 points. And by doing that, at the end of our circuit series here in July, then we will be having additional pricing available, $8,000 available in pricing for everyone. So if you are in the area or in Texas, it'd be great for you guys to make it on out. We have our next event here coming up 6/21. It'll be a Sage event with Omens.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. I want to see if people can brew up some good new Acilio decks, some new Ziggy decks, maybe Aurora, makes a comeback. She's pretty strong. Probably has good Briar vibes, so just sending a bunch of 4 attacks with Go again, with maybe some arcane damage kind of mixed in there. So I'm excited to see what people brew up with Sage with the new heroes.
Yeah, and we should see the new ban list also coming, or the new benching as well as ban list coming out. So
Yes.
chain will be legal. Let's go ahead and take a look here at our leaderboard so we can see what's going on. We have here at the top, we have a local JP Coleman. JP Coleman told me, surprisingly enough, he's never actually won a Blood on the Bayou event, but he is still number 1 here in the
Hey, look,
points.
he's showing up.
Consistently.
He's consistently doing well. He's getting top 8. That's all I can ask of my boy. He's doing his best out here. He's jamming games and he's getting it done. Right under him, we have Andrew Sonis. I believe he's an Austin local. And a really great player as well. He's been on camera a couple times. Fantastic showmanship. I always love having him around. He's really fun, really cool guy to have around. Under that, we've got Hayden Christopherson, another local here at The Adventure Begins. Same thing, really solid player, mid-range player, really. Hasn't really transitioned any of the big combo decks and Celio, stuff like that. So we're hoping to see if he either brought Kasai today or maybe switching it up a little bit.
He was a really big Florian stan,
Yeah.
from the very beginning, just really hard on Florian. Really, really loves that here. One of his favorites. Followed by Evan Ford here. Evan Ford, big Verdance guy.
Oh,
Loved
yeah.
Verdance.
Loved Verdance. Yeah.
Loved Verdance. Big wizard guy in general. Played a lot of Kano too. Verdance, really good assassin player though.
Yes, and an excellent assassin player. In fact, when I kind of started learning how to play assassin, I really, touched base with Evan to get some pointers from him because he just has a ton of knowledge when it comes to the class. Under that, we've got David Tam and Bert Cabrera, both tied at 18. So they still have some room to grow to kind of get into the top 4 here. But Bert Cabrera being a top four finalist of our last nationals.
Yes. So Bert also winning Battle Hardened Houston when it was an LL event.
Yep.
So very, very strong player. Bird is extremely strong. And so I think that we may be getting ready to get into our game here. And let's see if we can cut over to our game. As those are our top. Oh, also finish our top 8. Dave Cordero and Lauren. Lauren is a very good cosplayer.
Yeah, excellent cosplayer. And she just recently had a spoiler card as well. It was really awesome.
Very, very cool to see that. So Lauren being a local here, so that's really cool. Seeing the Houston scene really growing on all aspects. Right?
Yes.
We not only have very competitive players, we also have Lauren in cosplaying. It's been very, very fun to see all the community really growing and doing cool stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, just shout out to Texas as a whole. Seems like, in general, Texas is really good at creating card games. They've always shown up for all kinds of card games, but especially for Flesh and Blood. They've kind of started, put a foothold into the game and really cementing themselves as not just excellent players, but just members of the community that just enjoy being around the game as a whole.
Yeah, so it looks like here our players are getting ready to get started here. And we are going to have JP Coleman here on Syndra versus Luke here on Gravy Bones.
Yep. Typically, this is considered a really tough matchup for Gravy, but with Cinder having been on the back end of some nerfs, like losing Brand with Cinder Claw and Wrath of Retribution, Gravy might stand a chance to kind of like weather the storm. Luke bringing in more defensive pieces in his equipment. He's got Arcanite Skullcap and along with Quick Dodge Flexors that'll let him really utilize a lot of the blues that the deck is known for having to be able to block multiple chain links wide.
Yeah, so it's really cool to see Arcanite Skullcap kind of like be the helm. Whenever I started, it was the helm piece, right? This is before Crown of Providence. We just had Arcanite Skullcap. That's the helm piece that everybody ran, and seeing it come back as this defensive piece. So JP gonna have to pick up this new ally here. This from Compendium.
I think this is the Pen ally or one of them.
Yeah, so this is Gallo into the line.
No, this is the soup. This is the Super Slam ally.
Oh, that's right.
From the expansion slot. Yeah, Gallo end of the line. Costs 3, attacks for 4, has 3 life, action attack, instant. Discard a card when Watery Grave until the end of the turn. Effects controlled by opponent's zone trigger when their attacks hit.
So this is going to be the anti-mask momentum, right? So trying to make that happen. But JP going to start off here with an explosive turn here. Well, hopefully going to be explosive. It's going to be an Oath of Loyalty coming in with 4 go again.
Yep, and I'm assuming this is going towards Gravy and not the ally.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and try and chip in here. Luke having a good think about the blocks here to seeing how he wants to block this out, whether he wants to stop the mask trigger as early as possible or just go ahead and let this go through. I mean, it's not unreasonable that Luke picks up a hand that doesn't block very well,
True.
Going to use the Ronin Renegade to target the ally here. 0 for 3, right at 3 life, no value lost, just straight on in there.
Yep,
we'll
good old Draconic Hedgehog.
Yeah, and we'll see if Luke wants to respond with discarding.
Oh, I think that one went to the ally then.
But not getting the effect though. So not turning on Gallo for the rest of the turn. So maybe not having an ally in hand to discard to it. You're gonna see Blaze Headlong come across here. Another 0 for 4 go again.
Yep. I wonder if Luke is on multiple D-Reacts. They usually for sure on Blood on the Water, but some lists are also played like Sank Below or Fate Foreseen, stuff like that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what comes out here because Blood on the Water is still just a 0 for 4 at minimum, right? So we don't have to hit on it. I'm gonna go ahead and reach for the hook pretty early here and block this out.
We're blocking 4. Taking the knives to keep the chain link active. Another 4 go again.
And then another 4 go again is the ask here. It's going to be Inflame of the Firebrand. This is a really cool card that came out of Super. Is Soup as well?
No, Compendium. This one's from Compendium.
There we go. Yeah, this is really interesting. If you have 4 or more, or if you have it's 3 or more, everything becomes draconic on the chain, which can be really cool on these Oath of Loyalty turns to afterwards be able to play a snatch.
Yeah, correct.
So. But yeah, it is still. I mean, you have to have a lot of cards to cash it in, but able to go ahead and use it here, and going to send in. This is Oath of Loyalty, if I remember correctly.
Display of Loyalty.
Display of Loyalty. The other loyalty.
Yeah, the other loyalty card. Correct. Yeah. Yep. So this one is a 3 go again as well, as long as you have 2 or more Draconic chain links, and it'll make a fealty token.
Yeah. So then going to be able to get his dagger back before the end of the turn. Luke going to leak through a fair amount of damage and has no ally on board, nothing in grave either, but going to see what he can do with 3 cards in hand, down to 29, plays 40, and it's going to be the Conqueror.
This is a really good clapback here. Luke's effectively sending a super Command and Conquer. The Conqueror of the High Seas here, really fantastic attack for all the pirate heroes. When it hits, destroy cards in their arsenal, and then create a ghost token for each card destroyed this way. High Tide, I don't believe there's High Tide active here. Because potentially, is that 2 blues? Okay, so if High Tide is active, it's actually 8 go again, on hit, destroy arsenal, make a gold. Seems like JP is taking the hit, getting the gold.
And he did have an arsenal. Okay.
Yep.
His arsenal was messing me up there. Yeah, so he did have the arsenal, another Oath of Loyalty that's going to be making the gold here for Luke.
Yep.
Luke with a arsenal and 2 floating left. See if he wants to cash it in. Looks like he's just going to pass it on back on
Yeah.
over to Syndra.
So that looked like it was a zero ally hand for Luke. So normally, Prize ended up being able to block pretty well, but he chose to kind of let the mask trigger happen. He chose to take a lot of damage, able to send back 8 with Go again. But 3 cards to send back 8 to destroy an arsenal is okay. It's okay value, but I don't know if that's how Luke should really be approaching the matchup to really win out. I think Gravy has a potential to kind of whittle the weather the storm a bit here and build up a solid board from when he's given the room, and then use that to gain a bunch of value. But Luke being a prodigious player, a very good board state player. I'm sure he knows what he's doing, and I'm sure he's faced this matchup multiple times.
Yeah, it is. It's a really tough call. Luckily, I mean, I guess luckily on the Luke side, he did have JP did Arsenal. So, but JP gonna be opening up here with a Ronin Renegade into a Rising Resentment. This is one of those cards that feels like it's kind of a you really should block this, especially being on Chain Link 2.
Yeah, so this one is special because it's not just a Draconic Hedge Job. It does have an on-hit. And most notably, it's able to discount some of the like 1-for-5s that these Draconic heroes are known for playing. And with the Fealty token roaming around, they have the 1-for-5. If it's Draconic, it deals an additional 2 damage to any target.
Yeah.
So effectively being a
Dragon
0 card 7, if this hits, if it's in his hand, is just insane value, really strong. So, we'll see how Luke approaches this.
So it looks like Luke is going to pass on blocks here, try and keep a large hand to clap back with. JP going to think about the banish here and is going to banish. Is this the hunt to the end of Wraith?
I think
Yeah.
Hunt the Hunter.
Hunt the Hunter. And then there's Hunter Hunted. Man, they just got all the funny word soup, They're going to go ahead and mark him, and this is going to be 5 with no go again, and get his dagger back. Draw a card off of Mask Momentum. Pretty big hill to climb out of is Luke's. 32 playing 16. 2 cards there, just going to Arsenal. 1 of them for JP.
Yeah. The mask effectively not really accomplishing much. Almost acting more as a IP1 really, since he wasn't able to convert the other card and still had an arsenal. Luke decided to keep his entire hand though, so I wonder if he's going to be able to clap back here. He's already 16 to 32, so he doesn't have a ton of room to work with. But another Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah, I think that as if I'm in, and it's easy to say this now, but sitting in JP's spot, if Luke is going to try and hold his whole hand, I'm actually nervous about arsenaling because I think that there has to be some sort of big play that he wants to make, and Conqueror being one of the biggest plays that he can make.
Yeah. So I'm guessing JP just kind of, again, he wasn't really poised to not arsenal since he had 2 cards in hand and did not have an action point floating.
Yeah.
He could have maybe used the Flight of the Dragon Path boots to give the Hunt Hunter go again. But really wants to get, I think, the block value out of it to kind of squeeze as much value as he can out of his armor suite before he has to use it.
True. Ronin Renegade, not Ronin Renegade. We just gonna lose his arsenal.
Rising Resentment.
Rising Resentment.
Yeah, Rising Resentment.
And then it's going to be a Weakest Link followed up behind this. So pretty good. I don't know how much. There's not a lot of disruption.
There's not
Link is gonna do.
Ton of disruption, but this is interesting that Luke decided to keep it here. I wonder if Luke boarded above 60 to maybe have some sort of fatigue angle. But then in that same vein, he's not really blocking a ton. So I'm not sure what the Weakest Link is doing here.
It does work out here, right? Because there is an Ancestral Empowerment in hand. So now he sees it going into this next hand. So he's not going to get blown out if he is trying to stop the mask.
True.
Here. So he does get the hand information. It does work out in this case. It is a little bit of it is a choice to bring in, and he did bring it in. So this hand not very draconic.
No,
at all.
Not draconic at all, and most notably not very ninja at all either. This is actually the only ninja attack in his hand. So Luke knows that this is the only attack that can actually be given the Ancestral Empowerment buff.
Yeah. So going to be a pain in the backside here coming in. What a very, very, very strong head jab.
Yeah.
So 0 for 3 going again. If you don't block out, is basically 0 for 4. So, uh, ancestral empowerment is available here, and Luke knows that. Kind of like, do you play around it? Does he have the space to play around it? I'm gonna take a top. I'm gonna look at the top here, see if what the next or what the top card has in store for him, and we will see. Already used the block of the hook, so it doesn't have that to do an easy block.
Yeah, I think I guess if I'm in JP's shoes here, I do believe that Luke should. I guess if we don't, so if we're not playing the social empowerment, we're probably using it to bottom for the additional cost for Lightning Strike.
Yeah.
And I could see JP here if Luke blocks 4, JP doesn't play the ancestral and instead chooses to send Lightning Strike for 7, just to kind of end the turn with that, while also keeping an arsenal card, which would be the Ravenous Rabble.
Yeah, so having another red card to start off. And with the fealty, it can be used as a starter here for Syndra.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to give it a good think here, though. I don't know what avenue. I mean, I guess we are back to it is 18 playing 16, but JP on the offense here. Looks like we have a tip the bar keep, and I'm not sure what else is available to Luke here. But in kind of the blender. But we do have the helm. Arcanite Skullcap
Yep.
is online right
Mm-hmm.
now.
Yep, so that'll block 2. He has access to quick dodge flexors. He can block multiple chain links.
Just gonna go ahead and say no blocks.
Yep.
Ancestral Empowerment's gonna come out. So this is draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna be 5 damage across the board.
Yep. 4 from the attack, and then 1 more from a dagger if he chooses to activate the on hit.
Do we have any reactions from Luke? Gonna go ahead and take all of the damage down here. Then
I believe JP drew Art of the Dragon Fire. I think that's
and has the fealty token, but not necessarily a super good I'm just gonna go ahead and use the rabble here and show another one.
Another one on top. Yeah.
So maybe the E strike, draw it, arsenal it. Be pretty strong.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Just not, knowing that you can just close out the game with this card.
Yeah.
And the 2 points of damage coming across is not necessarily going to be lethal here, and getting an arsenal. You've already seen 2 conquerors come across. So, if he sees the third, like, yo,
Yeah.
you got me. but just having having an arsenal here to actually play.
Yeah, and here JP kind of really starting to think about the turn, because Luke has effectively almost no blocked the entire game. He's down to 8, JP at 18. I wonder if, like you said, maybe JP is sniffing out the potential third conqueror of the high sea here.
So going to be
7 to forego the arsenal. However, if this hits, he'll get a draw off of Masking Momentum.
Yeah, so there is...
Oh, and there's the full block.
Shelter coming out from the arsenal. So it looks like Luke may have a few more D-Rex than just put on the water. Going to hit across, or send the dagger across, and go down to 1 dagger is Syndra.
Yep. Luke here activating Gravy, trying a gold to...
hit the chum.
Draw a discard. He knew it was on top because of the compass.
So it looks like we're gonna have try and get a bigger turn out here. Saltwater Swell gonna come across. Is he gonna hit the blue? He did not. I think that may be a little rough there, because now we have chum with 4 cost. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah,
that does hurt. And already used the death threads to get the Saltwater Swell out. So only 1 card left, and this is coming across 4/4.
Yeah, Forco again, being buffed up by the Prismatic Leyline. Yeah, that was really rough. If Luke hits the blue there, he's able to play out the chum after he closes the combat chain and be able to swing for 6.
Yeah,
effectively threatening 10 and getting a chum on board would have been a really incredibly strong turn.
Yeah, I think that he may... that may be just packs up the turn there. Oh, yeah. That's really rough. All right. So coming into a 4 card hand is JP with a chum in the graveyard. But we do have a lot of block left on the equipment for Luke. He does still have the skull cap and the flexors,
Mm-hmm.
and a Ronin Renegade going to start this off, and it is a 4 card hand coming out of JP.
Yep.
But still, all of his equipment left as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Hasn't used any of the counters on Blood Splatter Vest. Hasn't needed to. Hasn't even blocked with the boots yet. So I will say that, but the deck that Luke has that is presented is beautiful.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Yeah, Luke is not shy for bringing out the bling and making sure his decks look fantastic. I'm pretty sure that's a cold foil Arcanine Skullcap, by the way. I'm willing to bet on it.
I'm not betting against you on that one.
So Luke always, not just an exceptional player, but a fan of the game. He loves the cards. He loves the highest rarities of the cards. Always tries to bring out, the best looking deck when he can.
Luke, kind of honestly a pillar of the community, has been around for a long time.
Yep, since Alpha.
Yeah.
Yep. Since Welcome to Wraith Alpha.
Yeah. He got our local L3 judge Matt into it as well.
Yep.
So I mean, kind of, he was like my armory boss for a while.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, like all right, I'm 2-0. Now I gotta play Luke, and just I walk away 2-1 every week. It was awful. But yeah, so again, Ronin Renegade here. Art of the Dragon Blood definitely in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the discount one, not the fire. I was wrong. The fire is the one that closes out the game.
Okay, gotcha.
The blood is the one that we get to discount the entire hand. I haven't seen many cards yet that have a cost to it, though.
Correct. Besides Hunt the Hunter, we haven't really seen anything that costs 1 or more out of JP here. Luke activating the Gravy Hero ability, discarding the Sawbones.
Try and get something out of hand here. Going to go ahead and use the Dead Threads and the Arcanite Skullcap to cover this up.
Yep.
With one left floating. Another.
I think this is a twin vein loyalty. Lava vein loyalty. There you go.
Yeah, the lava vein loyalty coming across for a go again. 3 more. Another head jab on offer. Going to go down to 3. Blaze Headlong coming across for 4. Does have 1 floating, so doesn't have to give up the card for the quick dodge flexors. Looks like that may be what we're gonna. Yeah, go ahead and put the quick dodge flexors on the chain.
Yep, using the one he had floating from the Dead Threads.
Is 3 Draconic Chain Links here, so can flick the dagger and get it back, and keep the arsenal here in case it the next turn is a little more clunky and actually has some cards that have pitch cost to them.
Mm-hmm. I can see JP here, by the way. Maybe just okay. He's in an activate Blood Splatter Vest. Make a resource. We know the Art of the Dragon Blood is in his hand. Okay. Activating fealty token.
Making a Draconic, and then just
for 4 go again.
4 go again. Trying to get cards, present lethal, get cards out of the hand, make it super difficult. The Gravy wants the large hands.
Yeah.
Anytime that they're playing 2-card hands, it's just not as efficient. And we have 2 allies, 2 very, very strong allies in the grave.
And again, I want to note how different this turn looks for Luke if he's able to resolve the chum.
Yeah, it definitely does. And we do know that he had the ally in hand in the Sawbones to be able to discard to the chum. So it would have been a very, very different hand for sure. But, sometimes that's saltwater swell is good, but sometimes it's just not quite good. It's not very, very good.
And it's part of the variants of card games in general, but part of the variants of Gravy as well. He has some of the strongest flesh and blood cards ever printed, but they are kind of tied a little bit to like the variants at the top of the deck, what you're drawing and discarding, and not all of them get a chance to block. And even when they're blocking, they don't block that well. So again, the hero has his pros and cons, but when the cons really show up, then you can kind of get hurt by a more consistent hero like these Draconic Ninjas that are always consistently sending and converting 4 or 5 cards on offense and just pressuring your life total and asking you an important question of, can you defend this? And if not, well, then will you die?
Yeah, and Luke gonna have kind of is priced into blocking this out.
Correct. Yeah.
Uh, can't go down to one because Syndra's definitely going to get the daggers back, and the next
Mm-hmm.
turn it's just flick daggers die. So
I believe the
see,
rest of the turn though is going to be getting the daggers back and then attacking with them because of the Art of the Dragon blood
oh, that
ability of
is
having them cost
true.
one less.
That is
Yep.
true. So I'm wondering if JP actually needed the resource off of.
Oh, correction. It seems like Art of the Dragon, by the way it's worded, it says the next 3 Draconic cards you play. So that
Yeah,
shouldn't affect the daggers, but he does have the one floating, which means he'll be able to swing with at least one of the daggers once he retrieves them back from the graveyard.
that's right. So JP did do it correctly. We
Mm-hmm.
were wrong here.
Yeah.
He's gonna get the daggers back, have one, and he's gonna have to pop the boots here as well. No, no, I'm just kidding, just kidding. It has go. It has
Yeah.
go again.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. He used the field to give it to make Art of the Dragon blood Draconic, which will give itself go again. Here, just kind of like you said, just really pressuring Luke's life total, asking me if it were a question. I'm blocking for 3 here. I think going down to 1, drawing off of mask.
So now with that, theoretically, this is another 3 value off that. Get the
Mm-hmm.
get the daggers back. Send one at him,
Which is lethal.
which is also another lethal attack, and another card still available for JP. So if this is an ally, at least you have the boots to move it over in front of the, you can pitch the ally to the boots to move it over in front of the dagger. But it looks like Luke really wanting to try and keep this hand. I think that he's pretty priced out of this for now.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not looking good for Luke. I'm not sure if he's playing things like Fiddler Screen or Sigil of Solace to try and gain some life. But yeah, being at 1 against a Flick Knives deck is just really precarious. And oh, yep, this is the tough one because now he does get to swing with the last dagger. Luke Price and activating Quick Dodge there with the last card in his hand.
Uses pitches the tipple to go ahead and get the boots to cover up the last bit of damage coming in from that. So kind of unfortunate, I guess, fortunate for Luke, unfortunate for JP having an ignite come off the top. So the boot's just able to cover that pretty easily.
Yeah.
I think if it was a head jab, like we're done.
Yeah, for sure.
So the boot's able there to save Luke, but I don't know for how long. Well, I guess we have no daggers. So we've got to get some draconic chain links to get the daggers back to be able to flick them for now.
Yeah.
Gonna cover this all up with just the hat. And then it's going to be an ignite coming across for 2 and a 2 block to cover it up, push it over, and that is gonna be the game. JP Coleman taking down Luke here on Syndra. Syndra able to beat down on old Gravy Bones.
Yep, System Empowerment closing out the game since WTR.
There you go. Always getting me. But the amount of times that Katsu has got me with that is way too high.
Yep.
But yeah, thank you very much. So that concludes round 1 here at our Blood on the Bayou Spring Circuit.
Yep.
So I think that we're going to go around. We're going to try and get a meta breakdown available for all of you very soon, and we will be back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Back, everyone, to Blood on the Bayou Spring Circuit number 4 CC today, and this is our meta that we have today. Now, I do want to point out one quick thing. We have Doranthia, we have a Doranthia in here.
Yeah.
But that's not actually Doranthia. That's Hala.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
Because the thing that we use to make this doesn't have the holographic in it yet. So we just use Doranthia. So just so you know, anyone who's looking at this, there you go.
Yeah, so instead of Dory, we've got Hala.
All right. So with that being said, 4 marionettes.
Yep, pretty standard at this point. The meta here in the top 4, looking pretty standard for what we've seen at callings around the world. So we've got Marionette and Kasai representing the top cut here. Kasai hasn't been the most represented deck at callings. However, Kasai did win the previous calling at Jakarta. And so it doesn't surprise me that we've got 4 Kasais here today. Just really good, solid value mid-range deck with an excellent plan into fatigue-style strategies by raising an army.
It also just kind of describes Texas. It's just Texas, if there is a viable warrior, people are going to play it. If there's a viable fatigue plan, people are going to play it.
Yep.
So Houston was always like notably this Guardian plays for a long time. So it does not surprise me that we see Kasai show up. I know that we have some people that come from out of town that are just Kasai stands.
Yeah.
Anytime they can play it, they're going to play it. 3 Acilio. I mean, this is kind of the last money event that we have that a lot of us can play Acilio at.
Yeah, this is kind of like his last hurrah for the big Vozar combo deck, you know, that we're seeing on streams all around the world, where he's going to have these really explosive combo turns and end the chain with like a massive, you know, spell for like 12 or something like that, 12 arcane. And like you said, this is kind of like his last hurrah, because come Omens, Vozar and a couple other key lightning cards will be banned.
Yeah, so we got, and then we also, just moving down pretty quickly, we have 2 Syndras, 2 Gravies, a couple of Reinars, 2 Boltons.
2 Boltons, that's right.
I'm excited. I mean, every time, I know that people are like, oh, Bolton's bad. Every time I play against Bolton, I'm like, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm dying. I'm dying. A couple of Insets, a Huntsman, Dio, like I said, a Hala here, Fang, Marlin. We're going to get to see one of those Marlins right now. And Teklo, as well as Tough Nut, and a Valda in the house. So pretty exciting stuff. And I think that it may be about time for us to get ready for this game to go. And we'll cut on over to our game. And we have David on Marlin versus Micah on Bolton with that cold foil skirmish Bolton.
Yeah, Micah's been a huge Bolton fan kind of since Monarch. He's been trying to kind of make the hero work. He's on the combo version here. We see he's got the double sabers and the Courage Blade Hold, kind of utilizing maybe his opponents not having as much disruption available to be able to really set up a huge turn and present anywhere upwards of up to 30 damage. That I've actually played the Comboton version before. It's actually one of the first RTNs I ever went to.
Nice.
Yep. I played this deck. I got to the finals, wasn't able to close that out, and I did not win my extended art tunic. So I really lost out on that one.
Wow.
Yeah, it's one of the first RTNs for the game, and I could have won my EA tunic there, but I didn't. So got to get better at the game.
So Micah, David here having to read some of Micah's cards. I'm in the same boat as David. We have Blessing at the Mai coming out, which is one of the new auras that come out from Penn, and every time that a card is put into Soul, is that right?
So this one is when this enters the arena, name a card, turn all cards with that name in the banished zone face down, and then whenever a card with that name is banished while this is in the arena, turn that card face down. This is really more of an anti shadow hero tech,
Yeah, that's
but
right.
it's good here for Micah to have just because at the start of your turn, this goes into your soul anyway.
Yeah. So just kind of soul, I would say soul food, but that is a card. But
Yes.
just,
Food for the soul.
food for the soul. Just, but anyway, so David here on Marlin, cheating scoundrel.
Yeah.
I love this card.
Very, very good
I
card.
play Puffin, and
Yeah.
I love this card.
Yeah, this is an excellent card. Just zero cost, non-attack action. It gives the next attack you play +3 and wagers with the defending hero. The winner gets a gold token. However, if you were to lose the wager, you can just discard a card and then you just win the wager instead. This is the kind of card that something like Olympia would love to have.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot,
Yeah.
a lot of heroes that would love this. So playing a 3 of a kind, getting the Kraken loaded here, and is going to come across with the activation of the harpoon. So this should be for like 10, 13.
I believe it's 6 + 4 from the harpoon, 10, 13 overpower.
Yeah, 13 overpower coming across, going to grab all the non-attacks out of your hand. And I think there is at least one non-attack here in Micah's hand. I see another aura, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. Micah, however, being a warrior, does have access to a lot of attack reactions, which he can kind of use to kind of circumvent the overpower.
Doesn't look like we have too terribly much of that there, but it is going to push a lot of armor in front of this. And then this is out of the new holodeck. Is going to prevent 2 damage and make a flurry token. Forgive me, I don't remember the name, but it is definitely going
Toe the line. There we
toe
go.
the line. There we go. Yeah, so going to create that flurry token and a D-react coming out of
Oh,
Arsenal.
wow.
Just, let's see. So we have the 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 covers it all.
Yep.
And then cheating scoundrel. Let's see if David wants to discard for the gold. It looks like Micah's just going to go
Yep,
up on
awesome.
gold there. So huge defense with a flurry token out. And flurry token is, I initially thought that flurry token was like an agility token. It pops at the beginning of turn.
Yeah. No, but it sticks around.
Yeah, it's like Quicken.
Yes.
It's
like-
so
yep,
strong.
It's incredibly strong. Yes.
When I'm ready to swing is whenever it's actually going to go away. So I think that I mean, again, I haven't played this, but I think that if you are looking to do your combo thing, it just makes the combo that much better.
Yeah. I mean, this is honestly an excellent start for Micah here. So he's coming in with a Bolt of Courage, having charged a yellow card to his soul, just kind of building up that soul that he's going to need for the combo turn. And if this hits, I mean, it's just 3 damage, but if this hits, he gets to draw a card, kind of setting up another arsenal. And we know he's playing a lot of D-reacts because he's on the combo version. So honestly, anything on top of his deck is probably going to be pretty good.
Yeah. He did start, so this is interesting to me because, again, don't play this deck. Crown of Dominion, starting with a gold.
Yeah.
What is that there for?
I'm not sure what Mike is utilizing the gold for. It could be as a pitch outlet for the combo turn to kind of see more of the cards that he wants to see. But besides that, I'm not really sure how Bolton uses the gold here.
Yeah.
But he's sitting on 3 of it, so he's got gold for at least a few turns.
I mean, that's the heavy hitters card in his graveyard that I can't think of what it's called.
Oh, I think it's starting stake.
Yeah, yeah. So he obviously has some reason for gold in there, and it looks like he does pull up his legendary, which is what's the Bolton legendary? Oh, I can't think of what.
We have
it's
the
called.
Vanguard.
No, it's the legendary that you put on the field that makes you.
Oh, Spirit of Arena.
Yes,
Yes, the Spirit of
he
Arena.
pulls that up into his hand, draws that up. C4 salvage, going to flip over a yellow card. Going to be plenty of yellow cards to flip over here for Marlin.
Yep.
And then going to activate the harpoon and send across a Codex of Frailty.
Wow, nice.
So able to just grab out another King Kraken and send it on across. But Bolt of Courage going to go back to hand for Micah here, getting rid of the weakest link. The second time I've seen weakest link, I've been like, I'm not really sure what that's doing here.
I'm assuming these players brought it in their 80 to combat the Asilios in the room.
Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, for sure. Gonna put 3 in front of it.
Yep. So still leaking 7 at the moment. Okay, Micah with no D-reacts this turn.
So gonna take the 7 and then show him what we've got. Oh, does he get to take the Spirit of Irina? No, it's not an attack action. It's an instant, right? Wait,
It's an
it's an
item.
item.
Yeah.
So Lumina Ascension is there and gets to take his Lumina Ascension, which is
Yeah, so I think
less than
if he
ideal.
can choose non-attack actions, he can take the Spirit of Arena if he wants. But David here really kind of contemplating whether he wants that or the Lumina Ascension. My mind wants to say Lumina Ascension. It's kind of what David is pointing towards as well. I mean, Lumina is basically how the deck does the combo, and you want to get rid of those as quickly as possible if you can.
But I know that you can play, and again, I've seen you have Spirit of Arena out. You get to play Luminous instant speed and gain action points.
Yes.
So, but I guess again, David here picking the Luminous Ascension, and we shall see if that was a good call or not. Bolt's Courage is going to come out here. This is going to be a 2 and play the Spirit of Irina.
Yep. So Bolt of Courage does a charge Spirit of Arena, and Spirit of Arena says if this would ever go into your soul, you can put it onto the battlefield instead.
So Bolt's Courage is going to be for 2. Just try and get a card out of hand here, and it looks like it's going to be a Whispers of the Oracle coming out from David. So David here, a little bit more able to block a little bit more than I've seen some Marlins. Some Marlins are kind of just like all gas. We're going to play 4 turns and that's it. And it looks like David here is going to slow down just a little bit. Pop the gold and make a golden harpoon in hand. I really like this mechanic of making these golden harpoons that you can then use for
to discard.
Yeah, for the portside exchange, or just you can play a Codex of Frailty on a hand that isn't completely empty. I think it's so cool. It just like feels cool to do.
No, yeah, for sure. Marlin, a really interesting hero, really cool hero. Arguably my favorite pirate, just because I think the Marvel is so awesome. I love the Marvel hero card, and the whole aesthetic of just a ship captain, with her harpoon, stuff like that. The whole aesthetic is honestly just amazing. But yeah, she hasn't seen too much of the limelight, but this deck is actually incredibly powerful. Sending anywhere from 12 to 13 overpower pretty consistently will kill a lot of heroes.
And then with the new, we've seen a new card come out from Omens, a new harpoon that looks super scary. And speaking of scary, a King Shark harpoon coming out here, looking for attack actions on the Go Fish here. And 10 overpower is the ask. So definitely putting Micah on the clock, saying you need to find your combo soon if you're going to do it. And now is another Lumina coming out here.
Yeah, Micah blocking with the only attack action in his hand. And then the rest of the hand is no attack actions. He does have the Lumina, I think Chains of Eminence, I think was one of the other cards.
Blunton was one of them.
And Blunton, yep.
Yeah, so the Blunton just going to be on blocking duty. I guess it has to be on pitch duty here.
Notably, Micah could have blocked with it because it's a block card. It gets around the overpower conditions. But instead choosing to just play out the Chains of Eminence, I'm not sure what he's going to name here.
Probably can be pitched or played or defended with, so...
He might name one of the harpoons, maybe?
I think he may have named King Kraken. He did look in the graveyard, and I think I just saw him mouth King Kraken harpoon.
Okay. There you go. Perfect.
There we go. Look at that.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, players. So King Kraken harpoon, just kind of insulate yourself from like a codex. But I guess there are 2 different harpoons in there, but he doesn't want to lose any more Lumina Ascensions.
Correct. Yeah. He wants to protect the Lumina Ascensions.
So I have Ophidia here with the gold. So incredibly strong. The opt and then draw. I think I saw a cheating scoundrel on there, which is going to be put on the top and then another card on the bottom. So draw the cheating scoundrel. Yeah. And then we have this All I know is this harpoon attacks my arsenal, and I
Yep.
don't like it.
Yep. Yes.
Shallow
Yes.
water shark
Yep. So
harpoon.
this one has the unhit of blowing up arsenals. Very, very good card. As long as you've activated a cannon this turn, it gets when this hits, destroy a card in their arsenal, and if you do, critical token.
Yeah, and Marlin here, pretty flush with gold, so definitely like three gold is a really comfortable spot for Marlin to be in here.
Yep.
But again, I mean, on the other side of the table, Micah is flurry token setup, spirit setup, some gold setup, like still also looking very strong.
And I do want to note here that although it looks like Micah hasn't been able to set up any offense, the deck really wants to just take its time to build up the soul, build up the board, get the things in place so that when he does decide to press the button, Micah deals anywhere upwards of up to 40 to 45 damage. It's a really strong combo turn.
Yeah. So via the Vanguard here in the hand, have the Blunton going to be on blocking duty probably. Maybe, and then the toe the line also going to be available. I don't know if he's still going to be able to cover all 12 unless some equipment gets involved. So going to be 2 Bluntons? Do they block 2 or 3?
They block 2.
They block
Blunton blocks 2.
So
Yep.
it's 4, 6 covered. Take 6. Micah kind of noting that the redundancy of having flurry tokens, they both pop. Losing the arsenal. It's a little
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
That's really hard. That's 2 of them gone.
Yeah, I will say, if there is a chance that Micah is on Remembrance, he can get them back.
And the last time that I was in the booth and Micah was playing, he was on Victor, and we were sitting here going, "Oh my gosh, it's so." He was playing Huntsman. We're like, "This is really grim," and then he won.
Yeah,
Micah, very, very good player. Definitely don't count him out until it is done here. But we have Micah sitting at 22 into the 40 of Marlin, just passing back. So it is actually Marlin's turn.
Yep.
And going to pop a gold and draw to get the load effect from Marlin.
Yes.
We'll see if that load trigger is passed on or used here.
And Micah here is showing us that he's got a Ruby Sapphire in his hand to make more resources. And again, Micah's fully committed to the combo version of this.
I was about to say, this is like, we're all in on combo here.
Which honestly, I don't hate it, because if your opponent doesn't do anything to punish you, unfortunately, Marlin is very good at punishing you by stripping certain cards out of your hand and out of your arsenal. But decks that just don't really get a chance to do that, like this deck will absolutely run over.
And this is a Go Fish coming out. This card, just as punishing as it is for Marlins to be able to look at your hand and grab a thing, now they get to do that twice.
Yep.
So again, going to make the Golden Harpoon. Codex of Frailty, we talked about this play earlier. Codex of Frailty, discard the Golden Harpoon. Grab a King Shark.
King Shark Harpoon.
So only 1 Lumina.
Oh, wait, no. Going back.
Thinking about it.
Yep, King Shark.
Grabbing the King Shark. Yeah, grabs the King Shark.
Yep.
We have decided.
Yeah.
Needs to make the
tokens. Frailty and
They're
Ponder.
coming
There
across.
You go. Yep. Perfect. There we go.
Don't want to forget those. That Ponder is so strong.
Notably, Frailty is actually incredibly powerful in this matchup because it affects every time you swing a sword.
It does. Yeah. I mean, Micah's got a lot of uphill in here. Honestly, not a matchup I've ever thought about. And the more we sit here, the more I'm like, this is pretty rough for Bolton.
This does look like it's a pretty rough matchup for Bolton. However, if Micah's able to draw some more defensive pieces and kind of weather the storm, I can see a turn where maybe David doesn't present a really powerful on hit, and then Micah just blows him up.
Yeah. So going to go fishing, as it were. Pulls up another blue and Whisper the Oracle. See if we want to resolve that here. Gonna go ahead and look at, is this the yellow? Or is it only, I thought it was op 3 in blue.
No, the blue is 2. It's 4-3-2.
4-3-2.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. I've definitely used this card exactly once.
This is a Blaze staple.
Yeah,
in Sage.
I can imagine. You know what?
Yeah.
Heard.
Yeah.
I think that I put this card in one deck, and it may have been a Meme Bravo Seismic Surge deck way
Gotcha.
back in the day. Three of a kind going to be played here, so no other non-attack pumps are going to be coming out. Just looking for resources to make this happen. And there's going to be a King Shark Harpoon coming across with Go Fish attached.
Yeah, so I believe it's 12 overpower.
Yeah, so it should
6 plus
be
4. Yep. Yeah, 12 overpower.
12 overpower coming across. Feast of Vanguard having to be put on blocking duty here.
And Micah here taking 9.
Down to 13. And there is
Showing-
2. Get
man,
both of
unfortunate.
them.
Yep.
And so I guess the turn here for Mike is going to be play out the amulet and pass.
Yep.
Unless there's got the take care of the ponder token. Then going to pass it on over. And there it is. The
Yep.
ruby amulet. Get a couple more resources. And that will be the turn for Bolton. Here we see some defense, some sink below coming out. And some more light cards. I think that's how the Bolton Armory deck. You see Portside Exchange being used, a plethora of gold available on Marlin just anytime that you can. And then this remakes the gold, if I'm not correct.
I think David here forgetting to remake the gold.
So that
it is important to remember your own triggers. And
It is.
Make sure you're not forgetting that.
there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
All these decks have a lot of moving pieces to them.
Yep, and really the onus is on David to kind of present as much offense as he can every turn, because I'm sure he's aware at this point that Micah is trying to set up for a huge combo turn.
So David just now remembering maybe I did miss the gold and saying, never mind.
Yep.
It's my bad. Moving along. So
Yeah,
we'll see if the
we're probably
players-
too far gone now to go back and redo this, but here presenting a Murderous Rabble.
Murderous Rabble coming in for 3.
Yep, there you go again.
So just a little bit of extra damage on top of what is already available showing in the arsenal, which I think is the is it Yellowfin Harpoon? One of the few decks that this is really super relevant into.
Yep. This Harpoon looking for yellow cards, basically. Any yellow card.
Yeah.
Going in for 8 overpower out of the arsenal. Micah here playing a sink below, bottoming. I'm assuming he's fishing for more D-reacts potentially. Oh, okay. Never mind. Maybe choosing not to. Oh, okay.
Put that into Soul.
Yeah, I think that's Saving Grace.
Hey, I believe you.
I'm not entirely sure, but I believe the card is called Saving Grace. Yep, yeah, that's the one. So it's a Light Warrior defense reaction, blocks for 3, and as an additional cost, you can charge your hero Soul, and if it does, you give an attack -2.
Yeah, so able to cover up that Harpoon completely, and gets a little bit of Soul moved along with it. So, moving the game plan in a positive direction.
Yeah, but like we've noted, there are 2 Lumina Ascensions in the grave, and that's kind of the tough spot Mike is in, because again, if he doesn't have a way of getting them back in his deck with like Remembrance or some other cards, I don't see him having the amount of threat density he needs to be able to close out the game, if I'm being honest.
So going to start here with making the Yellowfin Harpoon and discarding it to the big game trophy shot, which is one of the +4 pumps and make it here and make a gold. Also gets a reload trigger if he needed it.
Yep.
So and then this is also gold the tip, I think, which is another like really big pump out of the Marlin deck here.
Yep, you're right. Gold the tip.
So no yellow card face up, but still going to send 8 and 8. This is 16. Is that right?
15, right?
15.
Yeah, 15 overpower. Yep.
Miscounted 1. And looking for blue cards. I don't know if Mike actually has any blue cards in hand right now, but it's still, this is lethal.
The relevance here is more of the 15 overpower, right? Yeah, that's David here was able to string up a really powerful turn. And honestly, one of the things I do love about the Marlin deck compared to the other Rangers that we've seen is she's so pitch heavy. And I love that because it just lets you play some interesting blues, something cool like Whisper of the Oracles, right?
Yeah.
Things like that. Being able to utilize gold in multiple ways. We've seen him use it to generate the Goldfin Harpoon, to then be able to discard it to things like Portside Exchange, or to the big game trophy shot. I honestly I really like this deck. I don't play a ton of Rangers or Assassins because I'm not a huge Codex fan. I think I know the card isn't really powerful, but I just don't like resolving the card as much. But this deck is really cool, and I love the pirate theme, and I think she bodes so well for the pirate theme.
I mean, maybe I could interest you in Puffin.
I tried the deck out for a little bit. Was not necessarily my cup of tea.
The new with the new pirate cards, it's looking quite good. I do like it. It is
no, I believe the deck has a chance to be incredibly powerful.
Just, it's fun though. I think it's fun. Anyway,
there you go. As long as you're having fun with it, that's all we care about. You know? Me, I'm a tough nut enjoyer. You know, I love my brutes. I love rolling dice. You know, so I'm no stranger to fun as well.
Hey, I love that too. I had my time with KO and I love that guy. All right, we're gonna see here. No blues being shown.
2 Oath of Steels and a beacon of victory.
So going to make 2 gold and steal the 1 gold that Micah had. Just really, really tough spot here. Able to get some things on the board, but just not able to do a whole lot with it, with losing the Luminous Ascension so early.
Yeah.
So been a little bit difficult here. So let's see what Micah wants to do, if he wants to try and mount any offense or do any sort of setup here.
Yeah, Micah really just in a tough spot. The cards didn't really line up for him. David was able to snipe 2 Luminas pretty early. Micah had some setup. You know, he's got 3 in Soul, 2 cards on board, the Flurry token as well. Still has access to Courage of Blade Hold. Here, playing out all 3 Oath of Steels. Okay. Activating Courage of Blade Hold.
And then gonna send in a Saber.
Yeah, so it's coming in for 5. Currently no go again, but can attack with it again due to the Flurry token activating.
So importantly, whenever you block one of these Sabers with an attack action, it gets the pump and keeps the pump for the rest of the turn.
Yeah.
So just gonna take the 5 here and then swing it again for another 5.
6.
6. Sorry. So this is 8.
Oh, 8. I don't know how this is 8, but yeah, it's 8.
All right, 8 coming across. Gonna put the Sarong in and use some soul to give it go again.
Oh, Oath of Steel. That's why. Yeah, every time a weapon attacks, it gets a +1/+1 counter. Yep.
Sure. So just trying to make some sort of combo thing happen right now, and so 5 coming across. I mean, even without Luminous Ascension, it's still a pretty strong turn, right? I mean, he still got him down. What is that? 16 life?
Yeah. Again, we saw the potential here of like the combo Bolton deck. Micah here kind of going through the motion. I'm sure he's aware that he's in a really tough spot. Probably won't make it past another turn or two. But wanted to at least show off some of the threat density, the threat potential the deck has. Because, like you said, he was able to play no Luminas, not have any charge cards to begin the turn with, and he still does his opponent 16 damage. So the potential was there. It's just, you know, the cards don't line up. And with Mike kind of being all in on the combo deck, it does kind of, you know, it's very feast or famine, right? You either see the cards line up the way they're supposed to and you blow up your opponent, or you don't, and if they have some form of disruption here and there, it's just a little too rough and too tough to deal with.
We're going to see all the gold being burned here by David, sending across the King Shark Harpoon for another 12 with Go Fish attached to it. 4 cards in the pitch, if that's what
and
you're
I believe Micah is dead.
And that's going to be it.
That'll be it for us.
And so David taking it down on Marlin versus Micah here on Bolton. Yeah, able to send across the disruption super early. And congrats here to David going 2-0 into round three.
Yep, and notably, David is on our leaderboard. I believe he was in 6th or 7th place.
Yeah, so looking good for him to get some additional prizing. All right. Well, it's a fun game.
No, yeah, awesome game.
And we will move it along.
Yep, we'll be
See
back for
you
the
next
next round,
round.
guys. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are here at the Adventure Begins for the Blood on the Bayou Spring Circuit Series number 4. We are in round number 3,
Yep.
and we have Vincent versus Dash IO on board.
Yeah, this is bound to be an interesting matchup. So Vincett's kind of this mid-rangey aggro deck, but presents an incredible amount of disruption. A lot of her Blood Debt cards will have various, not on hits, but loss of life triggers, right? And Dio is basically a full-on combo aggro deck. Very much super aggressive. Wants to keep all the cards in hand and arsenal to convert them offensively. Plays a ton of items that don't block at all. Can generate action points by playing items off the top of the deck. And is very resource rich, but mostly on her turn.
Yeah.
Right. There are going to be plays where if the Dio can sit on Teclo.
Pounders?
No, not Teclo Pounders. What are they called?
I mean, the cores give you the resources.
Teclo cores, yes. Teclo cores. Then Andrew will be able to kind of have more cards to be able to pitch to block out some rune chants. But I don't see him really blocking out that many rune chants unless his hand is very blue heavy. Or if he's got the Teclo core to be able to have resources on his turn. The deck naturally plays a decent amount of AB because Mechanologists just have AB kind of strapped onto some of their random equipment. Yeah, it'll just be on there.
You just play Achilles Accelerator and like you just have AB1.
Yep,
you know,
exactly.
Like,
yeah. And Darius here on Vincent.
Vincent's starting to get a lot of stock recently.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing even in Sao Paulo right now, like top 8, 2 Vincents.
Yep.
You know, Brody Spurlock on it. Another Brazilian players on it.
Yeah, no, the hero's proven to be incredibly powerful. Very difficult to pilot though. It's not an easy deck. I will say. I've tried it myself a couple of times, but the fatigue style, more grindy matchups can be really difficult if your opponent's ready to kind of just be like, hey, well, I'm gonna just try and gain some life, block you out, and force you to deal with me. And very good Vincent players know how to damage stack and like leave cards in your banish zone, try and save cards that can generate extra action points to be able to kind of go over the top of all of these defensive decks.
Yeah, playing Vincent into like Huntsman or into Victor is it's basically on the Vincent player to win the game.
Correct.
And so here, Vincent can kind of do more of can do more blocking.
Yep.
And just say, hey, I blocked 9, and now I'm gonna send 9.
Yeah, off of one card from the banish zone.
Off of a card from the banish zone and 3 rune chants. And Darius gonna step up his coolness factor because he thinks he's Eugene C today. But yeah, so Darius has been playing this Vincent deck basically since he started the game about 6 months ago.
Okay, awesome.
Like exclusively Vincent.
Okay.
He saw it. So the way he explained it to me is like, look, I was a mono black player for forever. That's why I played. That's why I played in every format of Magic.
Yeah.
And I saw Vincent. That's my jam. I'm gonna make this deck win. So that's where he is.
No, yeah, and honestly, mono black translates very well to this deck. Being both very low to the ground, small curves, but really disruptive, and can kind of go long with all manners of cards. The new card from Pan, Deep Recess of Existence, honestly adding a ton of extra, I want to say like threat density to the deck to be able to recycle your RuneGate cards that are in your grave, or even things like Call or Blood Moon back into your banish zone. Really powerful stuff.
With Call is very, very, very strong. So we'll see how this goes. It can be. I think that it's kind of there's this balance that the Vincent has to find to be able to send guys. Well, turn 1 getting to play Darius getting to play first is big.
Yeah,
getting that banish and actually just gonna go ahead and cash in the Funeral Moon for an additional rune chant here.
Yeah, no, I don't hate this at all. Honestly, starting the game off with 2 rune chants and moving to Arsenal, incredible turn for Vincent. Now if Darius gets a chance to draw up any of the reduced rune chants, they'll be free and they'll generate even more rune chants.
Yeah, so basically almost all of his RuneGate cards are online. But Andrew going to start out here playing a Boom Grenade. Was that just from hand?
Yes, from hand, a yellow Boom Grenade, and he cranked it. Yep.
And going to send out a T-Bone. This sucks. This is not very fun for Vincent to have to go ahead. I guess, no. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Vexing Quillhand.
Vexing Quillhand, yep.
Yeah, you're right. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say, man, you don't want to give up any armor right now, but yeah, Vexing Quillhand with the no block on it. You can
notably, Darius here is on Dyadic Carapace as opposed to Spring Tunic.
Yeah, I think he knows that he needs that he's just gonna have to block, and he
Yep.
knows that he's gonna have to block. He's not trying to play 4 or 5 card hands. He's trying to play small hands and just value out the Dios. You know, send across any like disruptive pieces he sees. There's the yellow ring gate card that I can't think of right now.
Red
Widespread.
Annihilation.
Is that the one that hits the arsenal?
Or maybe I think it might be Widespread Destruction.
Destruction,
Yeah,
yeah. So
I think
that,
it's
you know,
Widespread
like
Destruction.
sending that out is really good. And it's only 3. Getting a second boom grenade out here though is huge, and I think that we may be past blocks.
So I think what Andrew did here was play this post blocks. So Darius took 6, 3 from the T-bone, 3 from the
There we go.
from the yellow boom grenade. And I think Andrew just played out another boom grenade from his hand, moved to Arsenal, and passed back to Darius. So I don't know if Darius wanted to do anything at instant speed
Yeah, we'll
on
see
his
if he has
turn.
any effects. He's gonna pass along. He has a Mauverian Skies in hand, so this can be a really shadow puppetry, deep recesses, and an on attack action. This can be a really big turn
Yeah.
because he already has 2 going in. Here comes 3. Can use the book to go to 4 rune chance. Let's see if that's what he wants to do here.
And of note, Andrew kind of had a pretty middling turn for his first
Yeah.
real turn. He basically just dealt 6 damage, played a boom grenade, and passed.
Yeah, but 5 card hand on Dio kind of scary especially whenever
Pseudo 6, right? Because he does have the boom grenade on board.
yeah,
right?
I mean
Mhm.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
So being that amount of power that's kind of
Mhm.
sitting and waiting whenever you play a lot of non-attack actions that block 2,
Yeah.
not very fun.
Darius here kind of contemplating how he wants to play it up. But like you said, I think he's got a Marvin's card as a Shadow Puppetry, and I can't tell what the third card is. I think is that Beseech the Demigod?
Yeah, it's the pump
Okay. So pitching the Marvin Skies,
to
activating the new book to make another rune chant, going to 4.
yeah. So wanting to get deep recesses
Mhm.
out and get it played, and not there is this, especially in like the longer grindier matchups where it's kind of on thin set to win, like against a victor. You basically are playing with 30 life because
Yeah.
you're just taking so much blood debt. He is going to go ahead and pay the 1 here, so this rune chant is going to be unpreventable.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Beseech the Demigod. Choose a tech action card with in the Banner Stone. It gets +2 until end of turn. Go again.
So uh, Beseech is going to come across 4/9, and then we'll get to flip 2 cards uh, from each graveyard. And
Assuming Andrew loses life here.
he has to because there's one of the rune chances unpreventable.
Ah, okay, you're right. Thank you.
So then there's 3 more coming across. We'll see. He does want to AB all of them.
Yeah, pitching a blue full throttle here, blocking with the Crown of Providence, bottoming the Arsenal to draw a card,
And we'll see. I don't
taking 7 off the top.
So I guess what Darius is going to probably put back here is the Funeral Moon and
Mhm.
just get some rune chance to go into the next turn. Yeah, gets the Funeral Moon back, and then flips over something, whatever he would like to. Yeah, boom, picks the T-bone. Sure. I guess that's actually that is important, right? You don't want to put the boom grenade in there because of heist.
True.
Yeah, so that is a meaningful decision there.
Yeah, and Darius here just playing out the Funeral Moon, but
It makes
has a
sense.
card in Arsenal, a card in hand. IPing 2 here is interesting because he didn't block on Andrew's last turn, and he could have prevented the boom grenade damage.
I think he was just expecting more,
Uh-huh.
right? Like you and I both said, like, oh, that was just kind of a little, like, very
Yeah.
small turn. Like, I can understand wanting, expecting more to come out.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. That's fair. Darius, though, having the perfect answer for, I think, this outpace, because he does have a reduced rune chant in hand, and he does have a rune chant floating from the Funeral Moon.
Yeah, so this outpace is not going to allow him to block with any equipment, so we're not worried about the face purgatory coming out quite yet. But I think that there is definitely a lot of skill expression in showing when to use the face purg, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
So we're gonna have 2 rune chants here. Have a couple of has a malefic, a call in hand, but doesn't. See, this is so tricky, right? You don't want to take the damage for the call because the boom grenade's sitting on board.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like you're sitting here waiting to use it. Zipper hit coming in for 5. We'll see how much Darius really values his hand. I know if I'm Vincent, I want to hold on to this so badly.
No, yeah, I agree. But let's remember that there is a red boom grenade on board, right?
Yeah.
So anytime we get to block here, it's worth whatever we blocked
Plus
plus
4.
four, right? And
Yeah.
that's a ton of value to pass up on. And honestly, Andrew on the Dio side, it's what makes the hero very strong. Is damn if you do, damn if you don't, right? Like if you're blocking out and giving her her hand, you're letting her reset and come back at you again really strong with four to five cards. But here Darius having a sink below an arsenal. That's why I couldn't play it last turn. But honestly, just presenting good defense here. I'm happy that Darius brought in more D-Reacts, honestly.
Yeah.
I think, like I said, Vincent does present some amount of disruption, but understanding that I think Vincent can potentially fatigue the Dio here if the Dio is not ready for it. Like if the Dio didn't bring in stuff like tactile counters and okay, well he is on max V, so it'll be a little bit harder to fatigue him in the long run, assuming Andrew's on all three max Vs. But Darius here presenting to be more of the defensive deck, and I like that stance from him.
Yeah. So Andrew taking a peek at the top, realize before he plays out his last card, and it's a
Ooh,
cerebellum
cerebellum
processor.
processor, nice.
Pretty good here.
Mm-hmm.
I. It doesn't look like he does.
Yeah, that should be at one of his cranking.
Should be at 1.
Mm-hmm.
So he's representing 2 action points. So does catches
Okay, yep,
catches
he
that.
catches it. Yep.
Very good. And does the draw. So down to 1 action point now, 2 cards in hand, trying to make this red boom grenade connect. Only 3 cards left here. Another outpace.
Boosting, so 4 go again, cannot be defended by equipment.
So this is going to be a 2-card block necessary here.
Andrew should be at 1 action. They go perfect. Right
There
on
we
time.
go. Andrew on top of it.
Yep.
He's been playing Dio for a really long time as well.
Oh, excellent Dio player. Very, very good Dio player.
So Darius going to tank here and see, as I know, I can feel it in his bones. He wants this Malefic on the board so bad. It's just such a good piece for him to just be consistent and be able to consistently throw damage.
Yep. No, I agree. Like I said, honestly, like this, he's up by 5. If he takes this, he'll be down by 3 because he'll take 8, 4 from the outpace and 4 from the boom grenade. And I'm not sure if Malefic is worth 8 damage. So I can see, honestly, him just kind of blocking out 2 cards here on the outpace because I don't think he has another defense reaction. And then, yeah, you can't defend with equipment here, Darius. But 2 cards here, and then if Andrew still sends another attack action after this, using armor on that attack action.
Good job on Andrew realizing the posture that Darius is taking here to be like, don't show me anything.
Yeah.
You cannot block with your equipment. Go ahead and blocks all this and what damage was taken there, Darius?
Oh, wait.
No damage.
No, that's I don't think he's taking any damage here. Yeah, it'll say
Yeah, no damage.
Because if not, the boom grenade would have blown up. Yeah. Darius, you're kind of getting ahead of himself.
I wish I could resolve that call as well right now.
Yeah, would be really nice. But well, now Andrew knows what he's working with. Just got some little bit of free information, but probably gonna move to Arsenal. I'm assuming the card in his hand does not attack for more than 3. Well, we're still thinking. Yeah.
Gonna go ahead and pass it along here. Boom grenade going to stay on the board to be galvanized by another card here in a minute. Just joking. Call going to be banished here. Go up to 3 rune chance and see if Darius wants to just go ahead and rip it now. Have 1 less card in Andrew's hand, or take the blood debt.
I can see him taking the blood debt here to try and present a stronger turn in the future.
Yeah. So it looks like we have a mixture of attack actions and non-attack actions in the Dirge over on Darius' side, which is pretty big for bailing himself out anytime. He'll be up to 4 rune chance next time. Sprocket Rocket, if I remember right. And Fast and Furious coming over to put a steam counter on the cerebellum processor. With that on the stack, I'm going to wait and look at the top before he decides to let that steam counter go and resolve. And then 4 is the ask. So really heads up play, really like heads up there, making sure that he knows what's on top. If it's another item he wants to rip out, that he will be able to put the steam counter on that with the Fast and Furious trigger on the stack. That's what that hesitation was there. Darius going to take the 4. So Cull being live now, and it is going to be a Spark of Genius. It is face up for Andrew to play around the Cull.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll spark here and see what we're going to grab. What do you think? What do you think he grabs here?
I can see him kind of, like I said, I think Teklo Core is really strong in this matchup.
I think so too.
Yeah, so I can see him grabbing a Teklo Core, or maybe the second cerebellum processor. Yep, there you go. So my bet was on one of those two.
Yeah. And me being the not very good Dio player, I would have grabbed the core just because I know I already have another cerebellum out, and I don't want them all to kind of tick away at the same time. And maybe that's the wrong thought process. I don't know. But Andrew is here, and he's on our Blood on the Bayou leaderboard.
Yep, I believe he is in 3rd place potentially, or 2nd place.
He did win one of the CC events,
Yeah.
I think, and so he one of our early CC events. I'm pretty sure he won, and so yeah, he's pretty high up there. Now with 2 cerebellum processors out, 4 counters on the gun, he's 28 plays 29 in this very close match here. And we are in round number 3 of Blood on the Bayou.
Andrew here sacrificing his Achilles accelerators to generate an action point to draw. Of note, he no longer has access to AB.
His AB is gone for the rest of the game. So it'll now be all gas and no more pitching to Rune Chance. This, I mean, if I'm Darius now, I'm thinking like, okay, max velocity is on the table.
Oh, yeah. So, I think Andrew's just kind of deciding that he doesn't want this game to last very long and doesn't need the AB in that sense. And it's just kind of moving forward with more like I'm going to try and keep as much as I can and just send that all to you every turn on my turn and force you to deal with it.
So this would be the second boost for turn, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, because we boosted.
He went Sprocket Rocket
Spark.
into Spark, yep, and now this is second Sprocket Rocket.
And so he has 3 cards left in hand. So we'll see if there's a card in Arsenal. So could be trying to just set up to insulate the Max V around Cull.
Yeah.
That's what I'm guessing here. So as Darius, you got to be thinking that something big is happening if he wants to give up his AB for this. It is a handful of cards that do like to block 4/3. The exception is Dirge here. Dirge is the block 2 in hand. So maybe between the Cull and why did I just forget the name of the hat?
Face Purgatory?
Face Purgatory and Cull could stop this from happening. It's a lot of resources to like on a hunch, but it's we'll see. See what Darius wants to do here. So again, Cull is active. He did take some damage. No blocks. Peaks at the top. Not a boom grenade.
Not a boom grenade, taking 3, going down to 27 or
27. The life counter can be a little strange on our end. So going to activate the Teklo core here and go up to 3 resources floating.
Yep. This is potentially
okay, we're 28 all.
Yeah.
Throttle coming across.
6, smash off the top for boost. Hold on, what? Andrew thinking that over.
Not quite yet. Throttle is notably a 2 cost. Gonna rip another boom grenade off the top. So 2 action points now.
Yeah, and Andrew has to pay 1 for that.
And so now can draw again.
Yep, can draw off a Cerebellum.
If he'll get to draw off the Cerebellum, which would be 2, which will be getting to draw off of both of them this turn, which I'll be honest, like I thought one of them was just gonna rot.
Yeah.
So goes ahead and
draws. There you go. Draws, go down to 1 action point.
Keep himself insulated from all the discard effects on the Rune Blade side. Well, hand hate, we'll put it that way, since Cull is more of a banish.
Andrew here really kind of thinking over the turn. Like you said, maybe really trying to play around Cole and Face Purgatory for this turn. And if so, then maybe you're right. Maybe he's trying to figure out if he can actually cast, if he can actually play out the maximum velocity this turn, if it's in his hand.
And there is a heist, which we know is, which I'm pretty sure is live. I'm pretty sure. I thought there was at least one boom grenade in the banish zone.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna have a check right now.
Andrew checking right now. Yep.
Oh, nothing in there. All right, so nothing in there. Just going to be 5 go again here.
Yep. And Darius, if he's keeping track, knows that I think Andrew still has a throttle in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I know that. I think that Darius wanting to hold on to this dirge and keep that in arsenal as kind of a bailout.
Yeah.
At some point. Lining up the blocks here. Gonna stop and have a think just before we do this. Still a lot of offense available for this Dio. Still a big deck left to go. And it's going to be the
Looks like a block for
dirge.
5.
Yes, and the widespread annihilation also on blocking duty. And there is the
maximum
max V,
velocity.
with being very keeping himself very insulated there.
Yeah. And of note, if Darius does block with Face Purgatory on that chain link into the heist, because it's an attack and a non-attack, Andrew would have had to discard one of those cards, and it's double red that he had to pitch for the maximum velocity, which would have made the maximum velocity unplayable.
Yeah, so could have strained that in the turn. But very well navigated here by Andrew, giving up the boots. So gives up the boots, gets 2 Cerebellum processors on the board, and is able to resolve max velocity with a boom grenade out. So honestly, a huge turn.
An incredible turn from Andrew here. Yep.
So very well, very, very well piloted around all of the disruption that's just face up on board. And
there we go. Yeah, see, this is the tough part.
Just gonna cash in all the things.
Yep, and it looks like we're blocking here for a total of 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But losing Spellbound Creepers, losing Didactic, and losing Face Purgatory. Not getting the discard on our opponent, but still drawing a card. So kind of giving us a pseudo ponder. But it will get banished from the Vincent Hero ability. So yeah. We'll see what Darius drew up here.
So that is I think in this matchup you are blocking so much. Normally the boots are just Blade Break 1. It's just generally what happens. Okay.
Banishing a Sonata Galaxia.
Sonata Galaxia just going to be a rune chant, and one more blood debt down.
Yep.
I'm going to pass it back over. Well, Darius could theoretically
I could see this being a
call.
decent call turn, honestly. So Andrew doesn't have an arsenal, doesn't have access to a Helix Accelerator anymore. We'll be losing the red boom grenade. He won't lose both processors, but I find it difficult for him to generate a lot more action points. But Darius choosing just to take a point here from Blood Debt and pass back to maybe save it for a future turn.
Try and grab some tempo here in a moment. We have looks like we have a deep recesses in there. Widespread destruction, the eulogy.
Potentially, yeah, I think a eulogy, and I can't tell what the rest of it is.
Maybe one more.
But Andrew here playing out another boom grenade from hand, cranking it, and then into I think this is called Trebuchet. Techno Trebuchet 2000. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, this is basically a 0 for 3. And basically a head jab with boost in blue. So pretty strong.
This card's very good, though, because it presents weird breakpoints, right? Like, so it's attacking for 1, which, do you really want to commit a whole card? Darius is out of armor, right? Do you want to commit a whole card? Because it is blocking the boom grenade, but then it gives the next attack that you boost +2, right? Because it could turn one of those 5s into a 7 or a 6 into an 8, making it even more awkward, making it really easy for you to connect with things like boom grenade.
Yeah, this with Zipper Hit is then, 1 for 7, and 7 is now 2 cards.
Yeah.
As opposed, or is 3 cards now. If you don't have any D-reacts, as opposed to just the 2 cards you're going to give up on the 5 block anyway.
Correct, yeah.
So, yeah, definitely offering some weird breakpoints. I think Darius is saying,
taking 5, yep.
Going down to 19. I have to try and get some sort of offense mounted here. Getting that boom grenade off the board. Andrew able to space out the boom grenades pretty well. See them early on and also see them kind of spaced out.
Yeah,
So they're
for
not
sure.
clumping where he draws up a hand of, 3 boom grenades and has no action.
Okay,
Well,
he had
speaking of
another.
which,
Oh, well, he had another boom grenade, yellow one. Okay,
speaking
just
of,
it's a tech. I think he's not boosting, or wait, what is he? What's going on here?
all right, going to get that out in response.
Oh yeah, Andrew here kind of taking an interesting route. So I think he played out Zipper Hit with Zipper Hit on the stack, activating Dio to play out the Cerebellum processor that was on top, and then letting Zipper Hit resolve to I think then boost afterwards.
Ah, okay. So able to get something off the top, able to get the cerebellum off the top and then boost,
Yeah.
so he doesn't lose it.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah. So again, here's the zipper hit we were talking about. It takes 3 cards to make this go away, but there's no boom grenade coming off the top.
Yeah.
It is 7, but it is vanilla 7.
And notably, Andrew has 2 action points now, so he can drop the Cerebellum processor to potentially kind of keep the turn going,
Yeah.
or potentially just send 2 of the symbiosis shots for 4 damage.
Yeah. So this is what we were talking about. This is kind of the position that Vincent gets in, where you've got to find kind of this pivot here. He's got 4 rune chants, but does he have enough disruption in hand to grab back tempo that Andrew is going to really care about? There is a call over there that's sitting there, so eulogy going to be used to block along with something else, but it looks like that is probably the widespread destruction. I don't think I see that in the hand anymore. I think I see a Malefic and
Okay, Andrew here activating Cerebellum processor, going down to 1 action point, drawing a random card that he was aware of because he can always look at the top card of his deck. And looks like he's deciding whether he wants to arsenal it or send it off.
look at the top here, see if he wants to change the top of his deck. Just gonna play the core.
Ooh, great draw.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's an
good.
excellent way of ending the turn here with a tactical core, going to 6 counters on symbiosis shot and passing turn. So, yep.
So we're gonna see a deep recesses here, I think. So looking for something in the graveyard to do.
So one thing I've touched on before in other casts is I love Flesh and Blood because the body language of the players tells you so much, right? Like Darius just took off his glasses. He's a little bit more serious now, looking through his grave, looking through his banished, trying to figure out, okay, he knows that he's in a precarious position. How does he get out of it? Andrew, totally relaxed.
Yeah.
he knows that he's ahead. He's got 10 life points on Darius. Knows what he's doing. He's got a great setup, right? He's gonna start his turn with a technical core, 2 resources, and a cerebellum processor. Has 6 shots on symbiosis. Still has armor on his techno foundry heart, and has gracious belief for a little bit more damage. So Andrew's looking really good right now.
Yeah, but with this deep recesses and no AB on Andrew's side, play deep recesses, let the first rune chant hit, call.
Yep.
Then you also get to then set trigger, so you take the damage.
Yep.
And then you get, once deep recesses is done, you can use that because you've taken damage from playing the call. Put the call back and banish, call again. So you can call twice in this turn. So really, you can kind of rip apart the hand that Andrew has available to him right now. So, I mean, that's what I want to see. And Darius definitely needs to get some sort of disruption going here to slow this down. And I'm not sure what else is in the hand. I think it may be a Malefic. It's a yellow Malefic. So let's see if Darius sees the line of being able to. Does he realize he doesn't have any AB? That's really the question here. So gonna play deep recesses. 5 rune chants coming across, making 1 on the backside there. So there's 6. No oblivion in the hand though. Let's see what happens here. Going to play the call. Takes the 1. So Darius is kind of going along that line that I was speaking about. And then going to close the combat chain here, and because he has taken the damage, going to send the call back down to banish and play again. Oh, he gets to also flip something over from his graveyard.
Yeah, I'm assuming, like you said, he's probably going to grab an innocuous attack so that Andrew doesn't get a chance to bring it back. However, since we do have access to backup protocol red, it does kind of matter. And I'm assuming he's going to maybe grab the maximum velocity so that Andrew just kind of doesn't get a chance to bring those back with the backup protocols.
I think it's either that or it's 0 to 60, right?
Yeah.
So make it more difficult for them to not just get to the 3 boosts in general.
Yep.
Call gonna come back out here, plays the call again, rip another card out of Andrew's hand.
No, yeah. Honestly, yeah.
Andrew?
You're right, Josh. This is an incredibly strong turn from Darius. Being able to string together a lot of disruption, decent amount of damage, and kind of almost bringing the life total to parity.
Yeah. So, but even with 2 cards in hand, Andrew doesn't necessarily have to pitch anything. You know, he has 2 floating. Can rip a card off the top. If he does, then it's Cerebellum Processor.
So come in here with, I think this is Expedite.
Expedite, and if it hits, then he gets to put an item in the arena from 0 with 0 cost. So just a little boost head jab with a little extra sauce. And sitting on the other side of this, I'm always like, man, do I really give you a card for this? There's no way you never have the item, right? You never have the item.
I mean, we've seen a decent amount of boon grades already from Andrew.
Yeah, all of the Cerebellum Processors are out. I think all 3 of them are out now. And then it's some boom grenades. Yeah, I think that we're down
moving
4
to no
boom
block.
Grenades. Take 3.
Yep, going to 14 here.
And then zipper hit.
And this is the yellow zipper hit, so this is 4 go again.
So 7 damage coming across.
Yep.
And notably, there is 1 rune chain on Darius' side. He does have an out with his gloves. Sonata Phantasmia in there, able to go grab more Malefics if he needs to. But you're going to have to use the gloves to make that happen. See if he wants to go down to 10 here. This Vincett's life, always living on a razor blade, playing with your life, using it as a resource 100%.
Yeah, and especially Vincent more often than not compared to other heroes, just because she has access to paying life in order to make sure you take a damage from one of the rune chants.
Yeah, and just using your Banish Zone and Blood Debt as, as more cards in hand, essentially.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a lot of that here. I mean, we did see the call kind of set off to the side and just waited for Darius, waited 2 turns to use it. Gonna go and use the Cerebellum Processor and get an arsenal to set up a big turn, as we do have the Tekla Core with another counter still left on it.
Yep. So Andrew here kind of going with a 5-card hand and a Tekla Core into his next turn, assuming Darius presents little disruption, but I'm sure.
No disruption. I'm sorry. This is widespread
ruin. Yeah.
I thought it was the eulogy.
Yeah. I mean, so this one doesn't disrupt Andrew's hand or arsenal. It disrupts the top card of his deck, but potentially could set up Darius to have an even stronger following turn.
Yeah, and Andrew does know what he's going to lose off the top.
Yeah, that's
true. There's hardly any heroes that do, right? So he knows that whenever the banish comes off the top, if it is like a big deal for him, but no AB, so it's just he's just going to have to take it here. Darius thinking about whether or not he wants to crack the gloves or leave them as a safety valve, and just going to go ahead and send the 2 and 6. So 8 damage going to come across here and make 2 on the backside.
Yep. Man, Malefic Incantation is so strong in this deck. Very powerful. Kind of keeps the engine rolling.
Yeah, I mean, the games that you see it versus the games you don't are night and day.
Yeah,
you really feel like if you don't see them, you are fighting your own deck.
Yeah, for sure.
Notably, now with 2 rune chants on the backside and the gloves still out, any rune gate he has in his hand is going to be live.
Yes,
because
for
4
sure
is the highest that he has. So No blood debt being taken here. Sees the widespread destruction. It's not Phantasmia.
Looks like a blood moon, I think, in the
Yeah, the
back.
Funeral Moon. Magic
Sorry,
coded here. Magic coded here.
Yeah, yeah, Funeral Moon and Sonata
Shadow
Galaxia.
Puppetry, maybe?
And Andrew here.
Got 2 floating going into turn in a 5-card hand.
Okay.
So huge offense is available.
Kind of briefly flashed an expedite there. I wonder what's keeping him. Okay, coming in with the 0-60 instead first. Banishing them off the top.
So 0 to
4
6.
go again.
Yeah, 0 to 60 and an expedite. That's already 2 cards on your way to your max V.
Mm-hmm.
And there is no other disruption face up that is coming at you. So Jerry's gonna have a good think here, because Boom Grenade coming off the top would be pretty detrimental. Sitting at only 12 life. It is 14 playing into 12 as we get down here into the lower life totals of this matchup.
Yeah, and Darius you're choosing not to block.
Got the
Only down on
spark.
life coming in. Yep, Andrew activating Sparky Genius.
That deck is looking really thin though.
Yeah, it is. I don't think Andrew's worried though, if I'm being honest. I think he does have the tools to close the game out.
This is why I can't play this deck. I see.
You'll get too nervous.
I do.
Yeah.
I see like 20 cards up to my deck. I'm like, it's over.
Yeah.
You know what? I concede. But yeah, got a backup protocol red that he can easily turn into a 0 to 60.
Yep, drawing off the Sparky Genius.
So did I see a max V? I thought I saw a flash.
Activating
max
Embracers of Belief, revealing I'm assuming a red throttle off the top to give his next attack plus X, where X is the pitch value of the card, 3 minus the pitch value of the card, so -1. So going in for +2. So it should be an expedite for 5. Go again.
Should be 5 going across here, and you're gonna be blocking out.
Andrew here looks like he's
cashing in the backup protocol red here. It's already left the arena. See what he wants to grab. There is still 2 floating. He has 3 cards in hand. Oh.
Yeah, and no should have nothing left floating because the protocol costs 2.
Yeah.
Yep, perfect.
It's almost like he just knows. Heist's gonna be taken out here. That's an interesting choice. Okay, confession. I played Andrew.
Yeah.
As RKO at a local tournament here, and I let the heist go through, and then he took an item out and cranked it and got 2 action points, and I cried. And it was the saddest day because I lost the game there. I was gonna fatigue him because he was like, "Oh, I haven't played an RKO," and I was like, "Yeah, okay." And then he just didn't expect the fatigue coming out, so he wasn't playing into it very well. And then I threw the game because I had this really cool line where I was like, "I get to use Oasis Respite on the Boom Grenade. I want to do that and feel cool," and it was the terrible idea, terrible idea. Anyway, so Heist coming across here with a Boom Grenade on the back.
Yeah, Boom Grenade on the back. And notably a backup protocol red in the banish zone.
Yeah, so
at least has that as a target.
And there is 2 floating here from the blue being pitched.
Believe 1 floating. Heist costs 2.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you're fine. It will probably be 2 if you choose to activate Techlo Foundry Heart.
Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
See, I knew he had 2 floating, just not yet. He will though.
He would at some point. Yep. Because assuming this hits, I think Darius is poised to block here because if not, he potentially I think dies here. But regardless, Andrew still has access to some symbiosis shots and another card in hand.
See if this card.
If it's a zipper hit, I think it could spell doom for Darius.
Yeah, if it's a zipper hit, this may be yellow Boom Grenade, so it may not be dead.
No, but it would be attack action and do Boom Grenade into symbiosis shot.
Oh, another Boom Grenade. Oh no.
Ouch. Okay, but not cranking, it seems.
Then did he pass Did he pass?
Why
Is
did
that it?
that boom grenade die?
I think he may be just getting ahead of himself for the next turn.
Okay.
So okay,
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
all right.
Well, we've got a boom grenade on board with a steam counter.
All right. So Darius, no cards in hand, gonna have to pass right back and see what he can do. This dash deck is getting very thin though. Steam counter gonna come off at the beginning of the turn, and it's gonna be a throttle coming across. Blue throttle pitched for the red. 6 is the block out here. 1 left floating. See what's in the arsenal. Gonna be a backup protocol. Going back up to 6. Counters on the gun here.
Mm-hmm.
See what we want to. Do we want to change this blue into a zipper hit? Darius already got the cards turned sideways, ready to go. This is a 0 to 60 yellow.
Just 3 go again. Off of the 0 to 60 here. And again, if it connects, it's lethal because there's a yellow boom grenade on the board.
This is a Mauve Skies and something else. So definitely A2 block in hand.
A2 block in hand. That is unfortunate. Hopefully the other card blocks 3. Because if not, Darius will be poised into blocking out here with 2 cards on a 3 attack. On a 3 power attack. Andrew still has a card in Arsenal and access to Symbiosis Shot and a
1 floating still.
Yeah, 1 floating. Can activate Technical Foundry Heart, so it could potentially go to 2.
Is this only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards left in deck?
I think so, but I think Andrew does have the win here. Because if you activate Technical Foundry Heart, it goes to 2. Activates Backup Protocol Red.
These are 2.
Ooh, these are 2 blocks. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if Darius can get out of this alive because he can go get a red 0 for 60 and attack for 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, Darius here just blocking 2, taking 1 plus the 3, taking 4, going down to 2. And like I said, I think it spells doom no matter what because Andrew will be at least able to activate Technical Foundry, go to 2 resources, activate Backup Protocol Red, get a red zipper hit, send it. Yep.
See what is left in the arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna crack this here, like you said.
I'm assuming gonna grab the red 0 to 60. Because he has nothing floating. Yep, send that. Might not even boost. Will boost. I'm assuming he has an attack action in hand, and that is the game.
And that's going to be it. And then just the technical cord there.
Yeah. But he can go back up 0 to 60 into Symbiosis Shot, which is another 6 damage.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Very close game there. It's 4 cards left, and one of them being a very dead card in a max velocity there.
Yeah.
So super, super close matchup there. Just able to get by. Again, this is why I can't play this deck. You live on a razor's edge every time. 4 or 5 cards left in deck. It's pretty crazy. But congratulations to Andrew here.
Yep.
Moving on in round number 3, Darius gonna move on as well, and we shall see how this shakes down. But we will have round number 4 ready for you pretty soon.
All right. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to round number 4, Blood on the Bayou here at The Adventure Begins in Houston, Texas. I am Josh, and I'm here with Rod, and we are ready for another fun little matchup.
Yeah, this one's interesting. So we've got Sean here piloting Reinar against Michael piloting Marionette. I'm gonna go ahead and say here with my brevity of Reinar knowledge that Marionette is favored here, not by a ton, but is favored here. Marionette kind of more aggro slanted mid-range deck, does play a decent amount of D reacts and the assassin defense reactions. So Reinar can punish that by setting them aside and forcing him to block with more offensive cards. Oh, yeah. So Sean here kind of on the onus. The onus is on him to kind of present overwhelming damage and kind of to put Marionette on the back foot. It'll be tough though. Sean does have to be careful when blocking with cards like Savage Sash because it is temper, and if Michael is on any form of shred, he'll be able to blow that up, and that card is very integral to making sure you have a turn where you can maybe send like maybe 3, sometimes even 4 chain links wide. And on Michael's side here with the Marionette side, yeah, just the typical Marionette stuff of like trying to making sure that he's landing marks on his opponent, sending really devastating on hits, and the forms of stuff like Mark of the Black Widow. Oh, here Sean opening up with a turn 1 Blood Rush Bellows. Okay, that's
It's gonna rip it.
yeah.
Here we go.
Good old brute gaming.
I love it. I love this stuff. It's so good. He's running Scab Skins, right?
Yeah, I think he's on Scab Skins and not
And not the Beaten Trackers.
Beaten Trackers, yes, there you go.
Yeah, so maybe trying to hedge towards a little more block. Yeah,
Yep.
we're gonna get this Intimidate out here. So this is really interesting, right? Because that does as turn 0. Normally,
Yeah.
like I don't want to let my opponent filter
Yeah.
sometimes, so I don't want to attack in. But with the Intimidate, if he intimidates a card that you don't want or that you wanted to block with,
Yeah.
it's stuck in hand,
So it looks like he drew a Sand Sketch Plans here.
Does he just rip the Sand Sketch Plans too? Is he just all
Is that
in?
I think that's a vigorous smash up and something else.
Do we just rip Sand Sketch here?
I'm not sure. Okay.
Oh, we're
it looks
just
all right.
going. I
Looks like he
love
agrees with you. I wonder what he's gonna grab here.
Reinar Gaming, man. I
wonder if he's gonna
love
grab
it.
a Beast with it to potentially get like a pseudo free draw and another Intimidate and 2 action points. So
Maybe-
we'll see what he gets here.
Yeah, because he's gonna have 2 action points. So yeah, just Beast with him for the high roll.
Potentially, and also he is on meat axe as opposed to being on 2 100 weapons.
Yeah.
So he'll have access to even more Intimidate on his weapon.
So let's see what we get here, because he does not with 2 action points. This turn just got really crazy. Oh man, I'm so excited. Let's see what we got here, and have the Wrecker Romp to start off the pitch.
Okay, discarding the Vigorous Smash Up, triggering another Intimidate, and going to 2 action points. But notably, just has 2 cards left in hand and 2 resources floating.
So we'll see what we got here. It should be 2. Just
Yeah,
showing
he
an
should be at 2
additional
action points.
Yeah, he may just maybe representing it a little bit differently. Maybe I don't know. It doesn't. He should have 2 action points.
Yeah.
Let's hope that we play it out that way. But we'll see. Gonna think a little bit here. Can just use the axe to like fix this hand if it's not what he wants.
Yeah, and because like we said, he has 2 action points. He'll be able to swing here, draw, discard, potentially get another Intimidate. So that'll be the 3rd card intimidated by Michael. So Michael will be left with 1 card in hand, and this axe, if as long as it hits a 6 more power card, will trigger the Intimidate and trigger. Yep, so trigger the Intimidate and get +2 power. So coming in for a total of 7.
Crazy turn. I love this. I love this Reinar Gaming. You're just gonna go ahead and Michael's like, you know what? The first time you're gonna let me actually block, I'm just gonna block.
No, yeah.
Takes the 4, goes down to 36. So, and there's got to be at least, come on, one more follow up.
Sean here really in the tank here deciding how best to use these 2 cards. I can't really tell what they are.
is he?
There's absolutely. I don't believe there's ever a world where you're popping Savage Sash here to play something out. But it looks like
Savage Feast?
Savage Feast, and I can't tell what's
Savage
behind.
Feast you can't play.
Okay, so
Discard the Agile, wind up, and pass.
yeah.
Oh, brutal. Brutal.
A decent setup though. He got 4 damage across turn 1. Did lose a Blood Rush, but has a Savage Feast in Arsenal, which is kind of where you want that card with an Agility token. So it is set up for a solid following turn.
Yeah. So then, yeah, the next turn can be very, very good. Clave, you're gonna come across here, and it's just gonna be, you're gonna let me mark you. We'll see what happens. I think that it's no blocks here.
So taking 1, I think, getting marked.
We'll see. Are there any reactions? Looks like we're gonna go ahead and
flick as well.
Flick
so
the other Clave.
taking 2, getting marked, and then remarked.
And then a push the point. I think that's what this is. I'm going to say it really confidently. This is push the point. To the point?
To the point.
Dang. Anyway, so it's March, so it's +4.
Yeah.
And then a meat madness. So this is kind of rough for Sean because it's 2 that he doesn't want hit, right? He doesn't want the Arsenal hit. He doesn't want the
I can see him
hit.
here blocking with Savage Sash and maybe the arm pieces, or Savage Sash and the Scabskins, to then potentially maybe use Savage Sash on the following turn.
Yeah. Looks like he's gonna reach for the Scowling here to make sure that nothing crazy happens.
Okay, interesting.
So Scowling is gonna break.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
There it is.
Go to the grave.
Old blade break.
Michael getting the last card in his hand, intimidated. Passing turn.
He's gonna roll his transformation.
Yep. I think this is the one that affects Arsenal, or is this Redback?
Isn't Redback Arsenal, or is that the goat?
I don't know all the marionette transformations.
I just know
but
that.
This is okay. Yeah, this is Redback. This is the Go Again. This is the Go Again one.
So I guess I should know that since Stains the Redback, which is the card that I don't like seeing, that gives it Go Again.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. We're gonna start off with a Savage Feast, and the Agility token giving this Go Again. So very well set up for this, and it just costs 1. Discard 1, get to draw.
As long as you discard a 6 or more, yeah, you get to draw.
So if this is the Meat Axe list, and there's kind of a very popular Meat Axe list that runs around in the purple Discord, right?
Mm-hmm.
That has that, and I'm wondering if this is that list specifically.
Yep. Okay. Hitting I think this is
it's
Agile windup.
Clash of Agility.
Clash of Agility. Thank you.
Let me go ahead and intimidate 1 away, and coming in for 6 with Go Again. Did draw an extra card, so still 3 cards in hand.
Yep. Like I said, this is like looking like a pretty good strong turn for Sean here. Looks like he's got a Wrecker Romp, a Send Packing, and something else in hand.
Yeah, and there is a Stains of the Redback here in the hand of Michael. So can extend can extend the turn possibly. See what Michael wants to do with the 6 damage on Ask. And go ahead and block out all 6. See what comes in next. I mean, Send Packing here seems really good, right? If he can pay for it. I mean, he has the Wrecker Romp in him, so you just send Packing, get him off Arsenal.
I think Sean here might be thinking about rolling Scabs if he doesn't have any more action points or Go Again. Yep, I think he's rolling Scabs.
Okay.
All right.
Just all right.
Not punished, just business as usual. He can activate Gauntlet to Tyrannical Rex before sending the Send Packing to make it come in for 7.
Just sends in the Bear Fangs.
Just deciding to just send in the Bear Fangs. Okay, interesting.
So no
choosing just raw damage over disruption, which is interesting. I think the Send Packing here could have had a bit more of an impact because he had access to the blue in hand, so he could have activated gauntlets and then sent the sand packing for 7, banishing the arsenal and just forcing Michael to have to block 7 off of 1 card and some more armor.
Yeah, so he's definitely. I think that Michael's definitely losing the arsenal at that point. Gonna switch on over to the.
This is the one that makes the Chalicera.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what I know.
I know what it does. I don't know what Orb Weaver
Thank you.
Calicera. We all know that's what it does. We see that art and we're like, okay, you're getting a dagger, bud. Got it. Excellent.
Sean
right.
kind of IPing himself. We're left with 2 cards, having to arsenal one of them.
So activating Orb Weaver here, gonna get the Calicera, and the next stealth gets +3. And then go ahead and send out the Calicera here for 4 go again, as Sean is marked here. So we'll see what Sean wants to do. So sim packing still in hand, I guess. But still 2 cards left behind this, which is always so scary into these marionette decks. So sim packing going to be on blocking duty here. And no reactions, taking 1, losing the mark. I think that some life total may have gotten a little weird, but that's all right. We'll figure it out.
Yep.
Pain in the backside. 3 go again. Going to be the ask here. On hit, gets to remark you.
Yeah, this card is so innocuous, but it's really good in these marionette decks just because of the on hit, of being able to have your dagger count as having hit, but not destroying it.
Yeah.
So effectively, almost like a 0 for 4 if you don't block it. So you're kind of poised into blocking it because you deny so much value. 1 from the dagger hit and 2 from being marked.
Yeah, from being marked is pretty crazy. So you're going to go ahead and use the armor here to block 3. And then is Michael passing here?
Yep. It looks like that'll be the end of his turn. Oh, nope. Resolving a Codex of Frailty.
And the Codex of Frailty is on ask here.
Mm-hmm.
What do we grab here?
And he has the really awesome Marvel Codex of Frailty.
Yeah.
Looks like he's grabbing Meat Madness. This would just be coming in for 3 because Sean isn't marked anymore.
But offering the disruption.
Yep.
So offering the potential, I guess, the potential for disruption here.
True.
And it's still pretty early on, so Michael hasn't had a chance to find the Leave No Witnesses to send that out here. Looks like we have a Show of Strength in hand. So
I think that was a potential Pope being an Arsenal.
Scary card. And there, well, Michael's gone off Arsenal. Oh, no, he's not. He has the Ponder token.
But it is a random card off the top.
It is a random card off the top. So you just rip the pulping and say, hey, if you ripped the D-React off the top, more power to you.
And here Sean realizing that if he just blocks 3, Michael has a chance to flick. Oh, okay, choosing not to. Okay.
So flicking there shouldn't do too much. Because I guess...
I mean, couldn't it mark him? Or...
Well, if he marks him, it doesn't really do anything because he's...
Oh, you're right. Yeah, because you're right. Base Marionette is one that gives the +1. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So pulping going to come in here. This is 1 left floating. This is going to be possibly dominate depending on what's discarded here.
Mm-hmm.
So a random discard and then potentially an intimidate.
And Michael here getting ready to be intimidated.
Michael also has been playing this game for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely no stranger to Rhinar. Michael's one of the locals I play with every week, and him and his brother are now my armory bosses.
Ah, yeah.
every week I'll play one of them and be like, all right, well, I have to lose to at least one of you.
And this notably is going in for 5 because of the frailty token on Sean. With dominate, it should say 5 dominate.
5 dominate and go again at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna go ahead and take 2, and then gonna send in the meat axe.
Draw, discard, discarding. Ooh, a sea leg.
That's good.
Such a good hit. Yeah. Wow.
That is awesome. Oh, And another big spot on the table. Thank you to Opus Arts. Token, that Gold Kiss Rum token, is an Opus Arts token, who also gave us a sweet token, Embodiment of Lightning. We need to get that on stream here in a little bit. For anyone who pre-registered for this event. So thank you very much to Opus Arts. And we can see Sean definitely returning here and picking up his next token from Opus Arts. So thank you very much. But anyways, Sea Legs, Gold Kiss Rum, very good.
Yep. Michael here opening up with a pain in the backside again. And again, this is just one of these cards that you're kind of really poised to block just because you're denying so much free value from the Marionette side if you block it. Ooh, nice. Blocking with a Vigorous Mashup. Showing a 6 into a nothing. Nice. So we're getting a Vigor token. And honestly, Vigors have been such a good boon for Brutes lately. It's a token that they kind of weren't allowed access to in heavy hitters, but returning to the arena and Super Slam, getting access to Vigor on Brutes is just honestly so good. It gives them access to a lot more different plays and access to just stronger 1 and 2 card hands.
Yeah. So Gold Kiss Rum and Vigor, board state coming up, but we're seeing an Orb Weaver come out here, getting the Calycera back, and then going to remove here, just use the Tunic to pay for this, coming in for 4. No Gogan, but can flick, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Don't think that we're trying to flick here and lose our last Clave.
Yeah. I wonder if Sean here maybe just is sniffing out the potential of a Tarantula Toxin. Maybe he doesn't want to block to not get full value from the Tarantula.
Yeah, that's definitely could be what's going on here. Man, Tarantula Toxin's so good.
Very good. And just combos incredibly well with Calycera, right? Because it is both an attack with stealth and an dagger attack.
But if I'm Sean here, I'm thinking I got Beast Within on the top of my deck. I have a Sea Legs in my hand. Is there anything I can do to get a discard effect? It looks like he's just going to go ahead and block with the Sea Legs. And we have a To The Point Scar Tissue going to come out. And that should mark, if I remember right. Maybe not.
I believe so.
Just from California punk band Red Hot Chili Peppers, with their Scar Tissue that they wish you saw. To The Point gonna come out. This dagger just gets absolutely huge out of nowhere, and this is how this Marionette deck just really punishes you. You just out of nowhere. It's like, oh, by the way, this was 10.
Yeah,
and you're marked. Good. All right. Good luck. Go to the next turn. You're just like, all right. Well, that was fun.
Yep.
And gets to transform and possibly get a little more value. So gonna transform here. I know 6 is Trapdoor and 1 is the other one that you want.
Oh, okay. I think this is the Tarantula one, right? I think this
Tarantula
is the one
Toxin.
that your opponent loses life anytime a dagger hits.
That sounds about right.
Yep, Tarantula.
Yep. And and then your daggers also get +3, so
But notably, target dagger attack gets +3, so you could do it on something like Kiss of
Kiss of
Death.
Death, yeah. This is a heck of a card too.
I will say the EA Cold Foil Kiss of Death was the only assassin card to ever get me super close to playing the class. I think that card looks incredibly good.
Yeah,
it looks super sweet.
If you were to try and think about this, you don't have to answer right now. Maybe after Sean's done. What is the one card? If you could ban one card from Michael, from Marionette, realistic ban, what would it be? And because I know my answer, and it's a realistic ban, not like, oh, I'm just going to neuter the deck and make it not work, but just like. But we got Sand Sketch Blends here.
Yeah, Sand Sketch Blend.
One floating.
We see what he grabbed here. One floating. I can see him having grabbed potentially a Beast Within to kind of get like a.
And then he has 2 Beast Withins.
Oh, okay. Is it double Beast Within? I didn't see what the other card was in his hand.
I couldn't. Maybe I'm just remembering what was on top of the deck. So let's see.
Beast Within. Nice.
All right. So let's see what flips off the top here.
Another Beast Within.
So many Beast Within.
Nice.
I just saw. I'm pretty sure I saw almost this exact same thing happen in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, that is. Yes, I was going to say, yeah, that's exactly what happened on stream in Sao Paulo. So, what a coincidence, and really awesome that we get to see it here on Blood on the Bayou.
So he's got 2 action points now, Sean, with 2 action points. And
One resource floating.
one resource floating, a couple of cards in hand, and a beast within.
So we see a beast within that he just drew off of the Ravenous Meat-Axe. I can't tell what the other card is. Oh, it's a Buck Wild. Looks like a yellow Buck Wild activating. Yep.
Gonna see if we can hit the beast within here.
Because you still have an action point after this because he had 2 from the Sand Sketch Plans.
See if we're lucky.
Let's see if Michael hits the other. He does hit the other beast within.
Oh, and that's a Blood Rush
That
Bellow,
is a Blood
though.
Rush, so that
That's
gets
not
banished
good.
and he loses another life point.
Yeah, so
And he has to keep doing it. Yeah, he has to do it
Yep.
until he hits a 6 or more power card.
Oh, definitely. I've
Yeah,
died.
so-
I've
yeah.
died doing this.
Yeah, so he loses 2 life here and gets a free swing big.
Yeah, so swing big coming in here. This is going to be an intimidate, and then 5 on this axe here.
Yep, 5 with 1 action point remaining. And Michael, I'm
Is that
sure
a
is
Wild Ride.
can't tell. It looks like it, but Michael for sure knows he's probably looking down the barrel of another swing big at the end of this.
Yeah, so at least that, because there is one floating, so even if he has another red card in hand, he gets to send at minimum
Yep.
swing big. So, I mean, as Sean, like, if this is a wild ride, I'm like kind of upset. Yeah, and it is.
It's a little unfortunate, but you're still sending 8, which
You're
is
still
not
spending
bad.
8. Yeah, with 2, and Michael has 2 cards left, and so he just takes a bunch. So I think this is, Michael's telling you, like, I like this hand.
Yeah.
I want 4 cards. Like,
Yeah.
be ready. So
For sure. And to answer your question, I can see something like either Scar Tissue or To The Point getting banned.
Okay.
Because they kind of slow down the power limit of the deck, right? Like To The Point being a 0 for 4 attack reaction is a little powerful. Your opponent does have to be marked, but the deck doesn't struggle in marking your opponent, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think that would neuter the deck. I do think it would just kind of bring the power level just down a little bit more, right? And
I
that's
think so.
fine. I think we don't want to neuter it. We just want to bring it down maybe like anywhere from 5 to 6%, right?
Yeah. My answer was, and Fang players would hate me, would be cut from the same cloth.
That's a good one. That is a good one. Yeah.
So much value just
Mm-hmm.
knowing the hand,
Yeah.
and then also having the huge pump on it. It's a lot. It's a really, really good card, and I know that Fang players really want it, but
Yeah.
I think it's pretty egregious.
What about maybe pick up the point?
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Kind
think
of really
anybody...
taxing the fact that you're putting your daggers in your graveyard, making it so that it's even more difficult to bring them back.
Yeah.
So that your flicks become and
Oh,
Michael
yeah, we gotta talk
here,
about this.
Yo, this is rough.
Yeah, so puts out the Savage Sash to block,
Yeah.
and then it gets shredded by Tarantula Toxin. So
Yeah.
going to lose the Savage Sash. It's so unfortunate.
And he's gonna have a card banished from his hand due to the Mark of the Black Widow. Yeah,
God.
this was rough for Sean.
And that's
dead.
and Sean's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, that's really sad.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, that is very sad. And then he goes back to the Brood. So kept the 4-card hand still behind in life.
Okay, activating Gold Kiss from here to give his next action go again. Looks like he's got a Sea Legs, I think an Assault and Battery, and I can't tell what the 3rd card is.
Yeah, so, but I mean, notably, cool thing about Sea Legs, you can roll Scabs now. And if you roll the 1, your turn's not over.
True.
It's a very conservative line to take, and I don't know if that wins you this game,
Yeah.
but it is something that you can do. You can also just do this here. Use the meat axe to try and fix your hand.
Yep.
Get something more powerful. So we're gonna see a discard come out here, and hopefully an intimidate. If there is a 6 or more swing
Hit
big.
the swing big. A little unfortunate. I think Sean maybe would have preferred to end the turn with the swing big, but
Yeah.
still coming in for 5 with an actual 5 go again. Intimidated a card for Michael. Michael here is at a lower life total, so does have to start considering maybe blocking more aggressively. Hasn't seen too many defense reactions, so if he does start drawing into those, could potentially claw back and kind of bring the life totals to parity.
Every time I have a Sea Legs in my hand, I cannot get it to discard to save my life. I played this deck at Armory like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
And I'll have 2 Sea Legs in my hand and a random card, and I get the random card discard every time.
It is a feast or famine deck, right? I mean, brutes live on the edge of like having more onboarded front-facing variants, right? Every deck in Flesh of Blood suffers from variants. Brutes just kind of, put it up in the front and let you see it more, so that when you get a little bit of bad variants, it tends to feel a little bit worse. But every deck kind of has some form of variance, right?
Yeah, so go ahead and discarding the Agile Windup here. Probably could have. I don't. Did he have a window to discard it after the Intimidate?
He did. I think Michael's just said no blocks though, and
Yeah,
so
I mean
then
Michael did say
yeah,
no blocks,
yeah,
but
yeah. So Sean just kind of okay. Well, here I'm gonna do this, and then go to move to my arsenal. Arsenaling the sea legs, which is not a great arsenal. In fact, I would put it almost on par with something like Wrecker Rump. Like you just don't want to arsenal
yeah,
it.
yeah, it's a pretty rough arsenal. Here is my call for bans, cut from the same cloth. It's a 0 for 4 at base, and you get to see their hand. It's a lot.
It is very good. I do think that's a good take on potentially banning that card. It's not a card that I had considered before, but yeah, you're right. It is legitimately a really good card. Sean here has a vigorous mashup in 3 reds. I think it was like Spatter Skull, Swing Big, and Savage Feast. So I can see him here choosing to block with the vigorous mashup, hopefully getting a vigor token off of winning the clash, and then has access to vigor plus agility for effectively a free Savage Feast.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. That'd be pretty huge.
to try and draw himself into like either another yellow or a blue.
Yeah. I think that Arsenal is just done for the rest of the game here.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like Sean potentially shouldn't have Arsenal there. I don't see him clearing it anytime soon, unless Michael does him the courtesy of clearing it for him with
Ooh.
with like what's it called? Leave no witnesses.
Yeah, leave no
Yeah.
witnesses. Sean would be so happy to see that right now. He's like, please, leave no witness. You haven't seen one all game. Please, you find one now. So Callisto are going to be coming in here to go again. It's never to go again, especially whenever they have
3 cards in
3
hand.
cards behind it. So I think here we definitely want to try and get the clash out at minimum. So
Mm-hmm.
we're going to go ahead and clash
Looking 6 at 3.
6 and 3.
Ooh, and like look, we have a blue on top now, right? So now we know that potentially I'm sorry. Now we know that our Savage Beast would discard one of the other reds and draw us into a blue.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really good line. Really good to point out there, Rod. So let's see if there are any reactions to follow this up. I mean, it's Prognosis is behind this.
I can't tell what this gem pack card is. Is it, I think it's called like Incision. There. Okay, cool. Awesome. I got it. So target dagger attack gets +3.
Yeah, thank you very much to production here for helping us out on spotting some of these cards. Very helpful. Michael here, gonna give this a good think. I mean, that's Sean. Are you at 7? I mean, Michael's at 7 life, right? I mean, that's not you can just die.
Against Reiner, you always have the potential of just getting absolutely smushed, getting your card intimidated, and then just beat to death.
So down to 10. The mark goes away, and then a persuasive prognosis.
Yeah, and notably here, Sean, no more armor. I'm pretty sure this is just an attack for 1. I don't think Michael has a way of pumping this one, since he's not transformed. I know some of the transformations let you just pump any assassin attack. This kind of
just kind of asking for a card.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate, but honestly, I don't think it's the worst thing to have to block here. I can see, like I said, Sean blocking with one of the either Splatter Skull or Swing Big, right? And then making sure he has at least another card in hand to be able to.
So
Sean doing no blocks?
Are we saying no blocks here?
Or...
Takes the 1. So
yeah,
the blue, and he knew the blue was on top.
Yeah, and this is what I was afraid of. I was kind of hoping.
Well, so it's the same color. If he knows he has no blues, right?
Yeah, but now Michael here can he kind of has it. So Sean here effectively saying that he doesn't want to draw the blue on top, I guess.
But I mean, he doesn't necessarily need a blue, right? He can also rip a yellow, which this deck runs lots of yellows. Get an Intimidate, and then maybe be able to send the axe. So we'll see. It is.
I mean,
it's not the end.
Yeah,
of it,
it's not the end of the world. You're right. Yeah, you're right. It's just It's a little tricky. Definitely, again, having the blue top is kind of nice, but hopefully maybe we can draw into another yellow to be able to send either Splatter Skull. One now we know he still has a Splatter Skull left in hand. He's gonna
Splatter
intimidate
Skull costs 3.
2.
Oh, it does cost 2. Okay, that's good. So, all right. So going to be
6
none
go
floating.
again. Draw a card. Looks like he drew a red. I think that was a Reckless Stampede. And again, that was my concern.
Yeah.
So
having another red in hand.
because now that you're just left with the red in hand, you can't play any of your cards because we know about the sea legs in Arsenal. Yeah.
Yeah, we just go ahead and pitch these to the axe, I guess.
Yeah. Because he should have. Sean has nothing floating. He used the one floating from the Vigor token to pay for the Savage Feast.
I mean,
He definitely shouldn't have anything floating. Just
you just pitch to the axe here, and then
yeah.
Michael,
Okay. Yeah. Michael
takes
pointing
5.
it out. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I mean, he has armor that you can start to chew through, but like
Yeah.
he has 2 blocking on the chain, and then there's 1 intimidated, and we beast with it. What?
Normally very good, but not great here.
Not
just
great.
because we're out of action points, right? That's kind of. And honestly, you would rather have the beast within in your hand because you get to block with 3. Michael now sees that Sean is gonna have a no block in his hand. Sean could be in danger here, depending on what's left in Michael's intimidated zone and in his arsenal.
Yeah, so 5 gonna come across here. Michael ain't gonna put any armor from it, and that is going down to 3. Critically staying 1 above 2,
Yeah.
which is good. Safe to be, but we know, yeah, like you pointed out, Michael now knows that there is a no block in this hand. So we'll see what is going to be the ask. And
Oh well, Michael's supposed to figure out everything in his hand.
It's fine. It's fine. He knows everything in the hand.
You know what? You've convinced me. I can see Cut from the Same Cloth kind of getting hit with a ban and it kind of like maybe curbing the power level of the deck.
I mean, because it also against like these like defensive decks too. Like all the D-reacts they have now. It's like okay, that was cool. Like I know I can't pump it over the moon, so I pump enough to make you play your D-reacts.
Yeah.
And go even value as opposed to getting blown out by putting too many reactions in there. Yeah, it's a lot. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hand knowledge is pretty good.
Yes.
I
agree. It is pretty good. So Michael here presenting lethal.
Isn't that Gataxian probe? They just like look at their hand.
Yes. Yeah, G probe. Yeah.
Yeah. And that card's banned.
That card is banned. Well, not
for other reasons.
For other reasons, but yes.
9 is the 9 is the ask.
We don't have to get into that one, but yeah. So Sean here, again, I don't think he had a yellow in hand. Just I think it was 4 reds, right? It was Splatter Skull, Aggressive Pounce, Pulping, and
Sand Sketch Plans.
Oh, okay. So he has a blue at least. Okay. So we want to try and keep the blue. Honestly, I could see him blocking 6 here, keeping the blue to try and potentially get rid of the sea legs from his arsenal to arsenal the Pulping.
Yeah.
What do we think about that as a play? I think that could maybe work here a little bit.
Because if you send Pulping, he still has armor to block with to like not die.
Yeah.
Because Pulping is not, even though it has Dominate, it's not guaranteed you did.
Yeah.
So block with the Splatter Skull. Does he die? Okay. Mark you, go down to 7.
And this is 3 on 9.
And you die.
Tie, yep, dead.
And that's game.
I mean, yeah, and again, that's the risk you take when you're playing against an attack reaction deck. But I think both players played really well. They played to their outs, and even Sean with his explosive turn 1 couldn't cross the finish line. Notably, didn't see a second Blood Rush because the second one that he was just banished to Beast Within.
He didn't see the third one that he needed. Yeah, so that was unfortunate. But anyway, good games here, and we will now be moving into round number 5 here in a little bit. All right, thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
You were muted. Welcome back. Sorry, everyone. I'm not very good at running production, and you'll see me in a moment. But this is Connor.
Hello.
Hi, Connor.
Hey, how you guys doing?
So, Connor, what do you have there?
I have a beautiful embodiment of Lightning token, courtesy of Opus Arts, that was part of the pre-registration prizing for this Circuit Series event. Beautiful foiling on this card, and we'll definitely see a lot of use in the upcoming set.
All right. So we're gonna talk about a couple of cards, and Connor has a pick for one of his cards that we're gonna talk about here, and that card. Let me make sure everything is good. That card is Unwinding Finality.
Yes, sir.
So Unwinding Finality is it's a Lightning Illusionist card. It costs 0, and it is 5 attack, 3 block. It's majestic, and it says when this hits, draw a card. Well,
I love a good snatch.
I mean, drawing a card, that's one of the 3 favorite words that every card player wants to hear.
I love doing it.
And it said when this fragments, and we'll talk about fragment in just a second, you put a lightning instant card from your graveyard on top of your deck. And fragment is whenever a card with 2 or more block defends this gets -2.
Yes.
So blocking with a 3 block now fully blocks it.
Exactly. It's definitely a little bit different than Snatch, because part of the strength of Snatch is obviously that you're presenting this kind of 4-power breakpoint with a lot of things that block 3.
Yeah.
So the normal deck will have to give you some armor or have some sort of D-react or multiple cards in order to deny you the card. This card, alternatively, lets you cover it up with just a 3-block or a D-react. You have a lot of flexibility with being able to block it out. A lot of the strength of this card, however, comes from the fact that it forces your opponent to deal with you in a lot of ways, and gives you counterplay to that. So, for example, one thing that we're worried about with the Ziggy deck and a lot of the support surrounding it is that it seems a little vulnerable to fatigue.
Yeah.
A lot of these fragment effects, you're giving these decks that want to block 2 extra value on every card they're blocking with, which
Yeah.
is really scary when you see them block with one of their 4 blocks and then it blocks 6. Definitely a little bit scary for fatigue math. But since Unwinding Finality, every time they block it, puts a card back into your deck, it has positive fatigue math against
Oh,
a
okay.
defensive deck. So if they, for example, are worried about you buffing this card potentially, and they give you 2 cards, they've given you 2 cards, and you've put 2 cards back into your deck for a total of a 4-card deck swing.
Oh, okay. I mean, so honestly, like, so I haven't been looking a lot into Ziggy.
Yes.
Also, I've been looking a lot into many of these heroes. Just because I kind of want the whole picture before I'm like starting to brew or whatever. But I know that you've been
Yes.
really, really looking into it. So that's it's a really, really interesting thing to think about, like the card economy.
Yes.
Right, of that.
Yeah. And also interestingly is we're kind of looking to try and figure out what this bigger picture is. One of the things that we've been discussing about what Ziggy might potentially turn into with the Aphrodite weapon and all that is something akin to almost an Icelander type character, a Bullander, where we have these big attacks, the fragment attacks, the phantasm attacks that you get by being an illusionist that can really force your opponent to give cards on the defense.
Yeah, because Phantasmaclasm is one heck of a card.
It is a heck of a card. And Miraging Metamorph with Ziggy playing all these auras, if they ever pop it. And not to mention the new L that just got revealed on the stream for Calling to Apollo. Lightning chess piece that whenever you play a lightning card on your opponent's turn, you get a resource. Synergizes with Phantasmal Footsteps.
Yes.
Synergizes with Phantasm. There's a lot of moving pieces that are coming together.
Yeah. So for those who haven't seen it, we'll just go ahead and read out this card. This is the Platonic Starplate. It's the legendary for lightning equipment. And it is the first time that you play a lightning card during each of your opponent's turns, gain 1 resource, and Arcane Barrier 1 on top of it with 0 block.
Yeah, so that card is really threatening for these kind of Bullander style turns. If you present a big attack and your opponent gives you some cards, and then you're able to use this card to play a 0 or 1 cost aura, use Ziggy's effect to blink that aura to turn on Aphrodite, you've now presented a big attack on your opponent's turn, and a ward, and arcane damage, all at separate points on the turn, presenting so many threats that the opponent may have trouble answering them. And I think that the illusionist aspect of the snowball is trying to present these threats and keep presenting them. You're chipping in damage, you're establishing wards on the board, and building up this constant stream of threats. And I think Unwinding Finality really contributes to that by threatening the opponent. If you're into an aggro deck that doesn't want to block, they have to give you a card or you're getting free draw and 5 damage.
Yeah.
And it becomes even more threatening with something like these Embodiment of Lightnings. Giving it go again means that even if they commit to blocking it all out, you can then send in another attack and then threaten them while they're low on cards. A very strong card, very much so looking forward to what Ziggy might do in the future.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds really crazy. I'm not looking forward to playing into it. I'm gonna keep tapping cogs and just like sending in zeppelins and hoping that that's gonna be enough. But yeah, I mean, that's really cool. Thank you very much, Connor. I appreciate it. Is there anything else you want to talk about around this card, or?
I think there's going to be a lot of synergy pieces to these kind of illusionist heroes. We may not have the full picture yet until the world premiere, but these kinds of cards like Unwinding Finality are a very promising look into what might become the next big threat for National Season.
Yeah, pretty excited. All right, everyone. We're going to kick it to a break for a little bit more, or a little bit longer, and then we will be coming back with round number 5 pretty soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back over here. Dickie's like, let's just go home. Hi, and welcome back, everyone. It is round number 5, a final round of Swiss. We have Jude versus Blake here. We have Acilio versus Hala.
Yeah, so Hala here is more aggressively slanted.
Sorry,
Kind of
X1
like,
Hala?
huh?
X1 Hala?
X1 Hala, yes. X1 Hala, yep. More aggressively slanted here. Sort of like Domblé Dory, but with I think a little bit more access to wide turns, with the hero kind of being the sword getting access to more go again. If it's been sharpened, and that's kind of the whole point of the deck, is to keep sharpening your blade and have go again, send multiple chain links, and really put the hurting on Acilio, who starts off at less life and tends to have not as much block as other heroes because he's playing a lot of instants.
Yeah, so also you will note we do not have the asset for Hala up here, so that's why we have Dory up in the top left, but that's all right. We're going to work on getting that here because we have this brand new hero, Hala, who's doing well. I mean, Jude doing really well here on Hala X1 today.
Yeah, Jude is honestly such a fantastic player. I always look to him when it comes to the decks that he plays, because I get a lot of inspiration from his list and kind of like his play patterns. I think they're really measured, and he has a really good sense of when to be aggressive and when to be defensive.
All right, so Jude just going to pass here and pass it on over to Acilio, who's going to start with a flittering charge. Here, no go again unless an instant is played, but it is going to be blocking 4, and an instant is played with the, I totally lost the name of that card, but it's going to be gone in a flash after that.
Yeah,
Sigil
so
of Brilliance. There it is.
Yeah, Sigil of Brilliance. Yeah, yeah. So flattering charge into Sigil, giving go again and gone in a flash.
So let's see if Blake has the instant here to pop back this gun in a flash, or if it's just going to be an arsenal here.
I think he does. I think he has a Sigil of Solace.
Sigil of Solace in hand. Pretty strong opening here. But Hala is definitely, from what I've seen on Hala, they're very happy with just like block 2 cards, play 2 cards, especially with a flurry token.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to make as many flurries as possible. At least that's the style list that I have seen happening. But Dynamo still is back. Dynamo getting the 1 value in there. And if we can swing the sword twice, then we get the counter off of it. So Valiant Dynamo doing a lot of work still in these warrior decks. Looks like we have a provoke in hand.
Yep. Yeah, looks like a provoke. I think he's gonna be pitching it to activate the Hala hero ability, sharpening the Zenith blade, giving it a +1 counter, and go again.
And so it seems to be almost like a new, I don't know if this is kind of the new direction that they're going with this hero design, where it's like your hero ability is kind of giving you bailouts.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like a worse version of like what you really want to be doing, you know?
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
And like maybe in Omens, like I'm looking at Aurora and it's like, I don't know, like, does she really need to make an embodiment every turn? Maybe sometimes, I don't know. That deck is really interesting to me. But the point is that we have 2 sharpened here, and we are coming across for 5. Blake, go ahead and reaching for the equipment. So going to be 5 with the ability to, going to remove one of the counters and use the chest to get a resource and then play an attack reaction from there. I'll be honest with you, not very good with warrior attack reactions.
Yeah, I don't know what these 2 warrior cards are. I haven't bought the holodeck myself. So that was Sharp Incline as the warrior action one, sharp target sword, and then if it has 1 or more, your next attack costs 1 less to activate. Okay, that's why you didn't have to pitch for that. And then the attack react. Looks like it made a flurry on him.
Did make a flurry token, so we know the flurry tokens are good. So we'll go in. Deadly Display. Ah, yes. Okay. Very good. So when this hits, you get to create a flurry token. So Blake here, able to draw off of the Sigil of Brilliance. Going to activate Old Knocker here. So looks like combo turn in.
Oh, wow.
route.
Okay. This early. Okay, let's go.
So there is a channel Lightning Valley coming out. 2 action points available. Gone in a Flash coming out. 2 on Volzar. 1 action point available for Blake. I think he also blocked with the gloves last turn. But I don't think those are getting. Those definitely not getting here right now. There's not a lot of sigils at the beginning. Cilio has not been activated, but Balance of Justice getting in there, and then our card that we talked about earlier, Toe the Line.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 flurry tokens doesn't really make that much of a difference, but we have 2 flurry tokens. Gonna bounce back with another Sigil of Brilliance, and then Gone Flash coming out. 4 on Volzar at the moment. 4 gonna be the block with the armor here from Jude, as the new chess piece out of the armory deck does have 2 temper on it, I'm pretty sure. Another sigil coming out, and Gone in a Flash coming out again.
Yeah, Blake here really representing a ton of damage or a ton of value with the Gone in a Flash. I think he still has 3 cards in hand, maybe 2. Safe to assume they're probably instants. He still hasn't gotten any value from the Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, they able to block out so far.
Yeah, I think Jude here maybe prized in the only blocking with 1 card, potentially.
Yeah, I don't think there is any. Well, I guess we didn't talk about this. Jude is not running any AB.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
There's no AB on Jude's side, so definitely just saying, you know what, I'm just going. I just got to kill you before you kill me, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So let's see if he does want to donate 2 cards to blocking here, or just take the one and let the draw happen.
Yep, Channel Lightning Valley. Notably, that does turn on Balance of Justice.
Yes, so there's been 1 draw this turn.
2. He had a Sigil of Brilliance earlier.
Oh,
at the
yes,
of the turn.
you're right. You're right. See if Jude remembers that, because I definitely didn't. But Sigil of Solace going to be played here. 3 more health being added, and then activating a Cilio, trying to cycle out this Comet Storm Shock, and another Gone in a Flash coming out. Going to activate Balance of Justice here and get the card in hand. So 3 cards available for Hala. Know that one of those looking to be, I think it's Edict of Steel, which is, I think it's almost played in Rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's very, very good in this deck. This being the red variety. We'll see what Jude wants to do here. There is 4 on the ask. Here's a very early combo turn here from Acilio. So keeping life semi close, and then having the rest of the game to grind it out may work out really well here for Jude. We'll have to see.
Yep.
So we're gonna block out that 7, blocking 6, taking the 1. Is there the arcane spell left? There is.
There is.
It's the Mind Warp, so like not super punished, because it is just arcane. There is no effect for it, but it's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So going down, we now have 25 playing 37, and Blake here with 4 cards to do whatever he would like to do. See if there's any effects on Jude's turn. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the wobble and get a new card in hand. This wobble card, very strong.
Yep. And if we're moving here to Blake's turn, I wonder if he's responding. I think that's the Sigil of Brilliance. Yeah, I wonder if he's responding to that. Yeah, it looks like he is. Or unless he played the Sigil of Aether at the end of Jude's turn.
So pinging 1 arcane, it looks like.
And then drawing a card off of the Sigil of Brilliance. So he has Amp 1 right now.
There is
Embodiment of Lightning.
Beautiful embodiment of lightning.
Yep, shout out to Opus Arts for that. Honestly, all of the tokens that Opus Arts has made, they've been fantastic. Been a huge fan of all of them.
Very, very nice. So, see, I guess he had to have played that sigil on
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 Jude's
Jude's
turn, yeah.
turn because there's no counters on Volzar right now.
Yeah.
And a Blast to Oblivion. Blast to Oblivion? Is that right?
Yep.
Why
That's
did I
Oblivion.
don't know why I second guessed that. Blast to Oblivion coming out here. Are the flurry tokens or not auras though? So can't send those back. But going to be blocking 3 and then current funnel coming out. Man, we would need a reprint of this card so bad.
Current funnel?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm hoping that is oh, well, see, I mean, this year wasn't super great. It's just, what is this, 4 into 2/2, so 8 damage over 3 cards.
And
Not the best.
There is still one card left behind. It
Yeah.
is Arsenal.
Arsenal, yeah. So from really explosive combo turn to,
That's
well, middling damage turn.
it's like 3-card 8.
Yeah.
So Flurry token coming out here, going to go ahead and sharpen up the old Zenith Blade using Hala's hero ability. Not the way you want to get it done, but sometimes you got to do things the hard way.
Yeah.
2 floating, going to be able to send in the Zenith Blade 4/4 with the Flurry token, so we'll be able to get to swing it again, and it has go again. So 4 is the ask here.
Yep. And Jude here representing 2-card 8, which is honestly like pretty decent rate, right? Like there's nothing to scoff at. The flurry tokens letting him swing the Zenith Blade twice. The Zenith Blade kind of having go again on its own because it's been sharpened off of the Hala hero ability. And with still some resources floating, so if he has an attack react here, Jude could potentially present more damage. I'm telling you, this deck I think has some solid legs, and I think once we get Mastery Pack Warrior, it might be a real contender.
Yeah, I mean, it does look pretty good. Able to use the gloves to get a +1 here, so this coming in for 5. Blake just going to take it down, falling down to 28. So even after the big combo turn, we're still, I mean, we're less than 10 life points apart. So maybe I sound like I'm just like, you know, like just really hoping that Jude's not out of it, but I really hope Jude's not out of it. See, Consign and Cosmos shock coming across 4/1.
Yep, so I guess just taking 1.
He has no AB.
Yep.
And then, oh, this is a bunch of shocks coming across. And then Comet Storm shock. Well, oh, sending across the Comet Storm part of it for 6 Arcane.
Yeah. So again, if we're looking at it on face value here, Blake just used 4 cards to deal 7 damage.
Yep.
You know, that's just, it's, again, this is the feast and famine part of Acilio, right? Where, yeah, he had an explosive combo turn that probably dealt north of 27, but Jude here, if he just gets to maybe weather the storm a bit and Blake gets some bad turns, and he just keeps doing like 2 or 3 card, 8 to 12s, he'll catch up.
Yeah. I'm going to start here with a Edict of Steel sharpening, and then if you have, I think the red is like if you have 1 sharpen on there, then you get to make a flurry token.
Yep, that card is so good. That card is super good.
I think it's super cool how they scaled it too. Because like the red is 1, the yellow's 2, the blue is 3. I think it's super neat. I'm gonna see it again, sharpen again, make another flurry token. Which,
not great to draw them consecutively like that. Yeah, multiples, because again, like you've noted, you don't really get a ton of value from multiple flurry tokens in a turn. But if your opponent didn't really get a chance to present you with an ability to block with them, then you usually want to convert them to make sure you get as much damage as you can.
Yeah. So we're gonna play out the sigil here and then use the hat to pop it to discard another sigil, pop it back, make the embodiment. So gonna be blocking 1 on the 5 here.
Yep. 1 on 5. Can attack again, and it has go again.
And already has the 2 floating. Going to do the react.
Ooh, nice. Playing I think this is the Swordmaster's Edict.
Yeah, I think it's a +5.
It's +5, yeah. So it's a ton of damage. And like I said, I think this deck legitimately has some solid legs. With only having access to the armory deck for like the new sharpened stuff and some of the cards from Pen. So like I said, once Swordmaster Shine, sorry. So once we get access to Mastery Pack Warrior, I do think this deck will be pretty viable.
Yeah, the deck is already looking pretty good. I like the sharpened stuff. I think it's pretty neat where you don't necessarily just have to snowball the entire game, but you can kind of
Yeah.
like have
Mm-hmm.
a good turn. I think it's I like that design space a little better
Yep.
than the old Dory Dawn Blade.
And just like this, Jude brought the life to parity.
Yeah.
And he refreshed his dynamos, still has access to a bit more armor, and ended the turn with an arsenal card. Like, he's converting his hands well, and when Blake gives him the chance to convert defensively, all of his cards block 3 as well. So he's got good defenses.
Yeah, and we know one of these cards is another sigil, so it's not necessarily like the arcane damage coming out. So it's going to be another embodiment. Probably the sigil will pop it back, and then does he have the arcane spell to cash in on the amount of Bolzar that we're building up here? So 7 coming again. Talking about like this new design space with the sharpen and stuff. Like Jude can take a turn off, and the game just doesn't like end on the spot.
Yeah.
With like Dory, it's like, oh, I took the turn off, so I didn't hit twice with my weapon, or I didn't hit with my weapon, and now it's just like it's over.
Yeah.
So we will see the players having a little discussion here, make sure that the game state is completely clear. Going to block 6.
Yeah, looks like blocking 6 here on 7. Jude's still here on the back foot. Blake having the tempo, all that tempo that he gained from the combo turn. But again, I think if Blake sees another like one or two like pretty middling turns, I do think Jude still has a chance to crawl back here.
Yeah, so we'll see. I think they're not sure what they're discussing here. Going to see if we commit to block. See if we're going to commit to blocks here. I mean, Hollow, like you said, new deck. Cilio, a very established, worked on deck, one of the top 3 decks that's in the meta.
Yep.
And Hollow just kind of showing up and being like, yeah, I mean, I can keep this game close without a full like card suite, So we shall see. Maybe we'll get some more good stuff for him. Taking 1 down to 12, putting out the sigil that we knew was there, and then just moving to Arsenal. No arcane spell there.
Yep.
All right, so now just like that, 2 cards, like a card and an Arsenal, so going to swing the blade for 3.
Swing the blade for 3.
So now up on life.
Yep.
Just barely, but still there. It still counts. Gone in a flash. Going to be played out once again from the Arsenal. Not able to refresh dynamos there, which is definitely a little unfortunate. But see how Jude wants to block this here. Notably only seeing 1 Channel Lightning Valley. So maybe blocking 3, leaving 1 there, so that if it is a lightning press or something, that Blake having to choose whether or not to leave that out or do the damage. So we're going to go ahead and block this out. Activate Cilio and filter out the Sigil of Solace.
Interesting. Okay.
Having the blink in hand, so trying to get Volzar, trying to put counters on the Volzar, and then a current funnel going to come in.
Yep.
Have go again. Give our next Gone in a Flash go again. The deck just the deck has so many like cool little things just like to make it all work so well together. Current funnel is such a good little card. All right. So we got, let's see what else we got here. So we have 3 cards left in an Arsenal for Jude. I think Jude may have forgotten that there was a D-React there. Maybe. maybe that would have happened there. So definitely cashed in the armor. Looks like they're having a little discussion with production. Maybe figure out what's going on here. Get a good. Looks like the players are still having a good time though. Jude having a good time. Blake having a great time.
Yeah, I wonder what they're talking about because we know this is a 2 go again attack.
Let me go ahead and cash in the chest. Blocking one, taking one, down to 11. Gone in flash with go again. Blocking 3 and
Taking 1.
taking 1.
Playing
Another.
Sigil of Brilliance to bounce this back.
I think Blake has had this gone in flash the entire game. Is there even another one in the graveyard, or is that just
there is.
Oh, there
yeah,
is.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's at least one more in the graveyard that we for sure know of.
I think Jude kind of stopped on. And was like, "Oh, this isn't the same one." Amazing, shocking.
And Blake here just moving to Arsenal with another card in hand, so kind of IPing 1 here. And like you've noted before, not ending the turn with a big spell.
Yeah, no big arcane spell. Gone in flash still in hand. What is in this arsenal? That is what I'm interested to know.
Yeah, Jude having starting the turn with 2 cards in hand, 1 card in Arsenal, maybe might be able to present a decent amount of damage here. We'll see.
No flurry token, which is not where you want to start out at. There's the wobble.
Yeah, what a
That's what was
interesting
sitting in
choice of a
Arsenal.
card to print because I think this card is really, divisive. I don't think the card is overly powerful, but it is in the right context a very strong card to like play against and try to play around, right? Because you're not always sure when your opponent will have it, and you're also not always sure when your opponent will have access to sigils on the board, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of working parts to get it moving, but when it does work, it does feel pretty powerful and kind of somewhat oppressive to play against.
Yeah, it's definitely it's very very strong. At the end of the day, it's really strong. Like gonna get rid of the electromagnetic somersault and then draw a card. Gonna go ahead and pop the gloves.
Yep, in response to the Sigil of Brilliance.
Get an amp 1 and draw a card. I don't know. It's just I don't think you can. I don't know how you just always think about playing around it. You just kind of have to deal with it almost. Is he shocking himself? He is. Is he? Looks like he shocked himself. Shouldn't he have shocked himself for?
Yeah, shouldn't it have been amped?
Yeah, so he should have taken 1 damage there and then only have 1 amp now. All right, so we'll move past that. The players keeping track themselves and going to bounce back this Gone in Flash, the Sigil of Lightning, and another Gone in Flash coming in behind it. I would be pretty shocked if there was not another spell in Blake's hand to cash in on this Volzar this turn. But we shall see what happens. Gone in Flash is on the ask here, and we're not, again, Valiant Dynamo not getting refreshed for several turns in a row. Just been pretty unfortunate here on Jude's side, especially since this Gone in Flash has been played, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 times. It's just pretty crazy.
Jude here kind of thinking about he wants to block with 2 cards here, which is interesting because I'm not sure if Blake's even on things like Lightning Press. He hasn't really shown any, so I'm not sure if they're in the list.
Yeah. Jude gonna have a good look here and take inventory of what is left to be played. You're right. I mean, you're right. We have not seen any Lightning Press. We've seen all the current funnels. We've seen 1 wobble, 1 blink, a couple of Sigils of Solace, I think. It's Gone in Flash. Somehow there's only 2 that have been played. Seen a lot of shocks though. Comet Storm shock, I think we've seen twice. Only 1 flaring. Yeah. So let's see. Even if he doesn't block, he doesn't just like straight die. But that is not the game that Jude likes to play. Jude is a very calculated player. And we'll see what is going to happen. What do you think is in this arsenal for Jude?
I have no idea. He hasn't played it on his turn, and he hasn't played it on his opponent's turn. I wonder if maybe could it be a Sigil of Solace, and he's trying to bait Blake into overextending for a big spell, and then he just sigils in response to basically not die, since he has no AB, right?
Yeah.
That could be it, because it's been there for what, like I think 2 or 3 turns?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we just haven't seen it. It could also be an attack react that maybe cost. It could maybe be a Swordmaster Shine, right?
Yeah.
So he just can't play it if he doesn't
Been
have
really-
access to either the resources or the counters on Zenith Blade.
Yeah, it's been a little clunky.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because it does cost 3 unless you have a bunch of sharp encounters on it.
Yep. Yep.
So can be a little difficult to deal with. I mean, maybe it's even toe the line to try and prevent some like bigger arcane coming across.
Oh, true.
And we
Yeah, I didn't think
haven't
about that. You're right.
seen-
Yeah.
We haven't seen that, right?
Mm-hmm.
As Blake just hasn't found the arcane spells, so trying to get the full two prevention out of it. Go ahead and put 2 cards in front of this Gone Flash. Blink gonna bounce it back.
Refresh the action point.
And then there is the arcane spell.
There's the arcane spell for
And
9, 10. I
looks
think.
like that it's enough.
5 from Vozar, 3 there, and then 2 off the amp. But okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
so it looks like that's gonna be enough there. So Holland not able to quite get there, was able to
But was
grind
close.
it out.
But was close.
Was definitely close.
Yeah.
So
And
Not-
that's considering Blake had the turn 2 combo.
yes,
You know?
and a really big combo it was. Had a plenty of instance to get that Gone in a Flash
Yeah.
going like crazy. So, all right. Well, the next time that we come back, it will be with top 8. So we hope to see you all very soon.
Yep. Thank you very much. Alrighty, guys, we are here with the Blood on the Bayou circuit, our top 8 cut here. In our first round, we've got Eluvio Arnett versus David Tam, Mario versus Marlon, and then we've got JP Coleman versus Michael Ramsey, Sidra versus Mario, Colin Lepentier versus Andrew Sones on Kasai versus Dio, and then Blake Mooney versus Will Matthews on Acilio versus Mario.
Yeah, definitely some interesting matchups here. A really interesting meta spread. I know the talk of the town has been these top 3 decks, the Victor, the Mario, and the Acilio, and we see some representation of that here, but also some interesting decks that we haven't really seen a big representation of. The one of Marlon and Syndra, of course, as well as the Kasai that we really haven't seen much until the recent calling, where a Kasai won the entire thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so which matchup are you kind of looking forward to?
Well, I'm very much so looking forward to the matchup that is going to be our stream game, this Mario versus Marlon matchup. As a big Marlon player who was formerly a Mario player, I think this is a really interesting matchup depending on how both players draw and how their decks are constructed. I think it's going to be very interesting to see who's going to be able to pilot their decks to the top. What about you? What are you looking forward to in this top 8?
Yeah, so personally, I'm kind of looking forward to the just at this point the classic of Acilio versus Mario. I think this matchup is really interesting because it's kind of up to the Mario to decide, or not to decide, but to like draw the disruption, play it well, and then kind of force to not block with it because you want to send it on your turn, right? You want to disrupt Acilio, who doesn't have a ton of block in the deck, to kind of like stymie their turns and kind of because Acilio is a deck that's based on an aggregate number of cards that you see throughout your turn because the more cards you see, the more the damage scales. So getting rid of cards and forcing them to block awkward turns kind of really hampers a lot of the damage. So yeah, what can you tell me about the Marlon versus Mario matchup? Because I know you said that you've played Marlon and you've played Mario. So what can you tell me there?
Yeah, so one thing that people might not expect is that Marlon obviously uses the keyword overpower a lot, which means you can only defend with 1 action card. Mario notably plays a good amount of reaction cards, so people have the perception that Mario is going to be able to take this kind of defensive posture, defend when possible, but a lot of those reacts block too, and especially in modern builds where they're playing this kind of disruption that you were talking about in order to fight the Acilios, a lot of those are attack actions and non-attack actions. So they're oftentimes going to be stuck in these hands where they're not going to be able to empty their hand in a way that is profitable for them. So the Marlon player is going to be able to leak in a lot of damage, disrupt their hand, and kind of piece together things. Meanwhile, the Mario kind of will be playing on the backside, trying to piece together their hands and find their moments when the Marlon isn't able to find their disruption and kind of piece together good turns to put the Marlon on the back foot where they're forced to block.
Cool. Yeah, awesome. So here we've got David on Marlon and Eluvio on Mario. And like you were saying, so it does seem like the Marlon will kind of be on the quote-unquote beatdown role of trying to just send pumps into like a huge harpoon to make sure they can try and get some damage through and leak some damage. Because as you were noting, some of the attack reacts only block 2. And so Eluvio might not get a chance to actually fully defend and might leak damage here and there. And depending on what harpoon David's able to kind of chalk up in return, can really disrupt the Mario's following turn.
Absolutely. I think one of the key power plays that we're going to want to look for here is the arsenal disruption from the marionette side. It's one of the most consistent pieces. And this Marlon deck, if the Mario player is able to sort of deny the gold, the arsenal becomes very important for our Ranger player here because in order to load these arrows through the Marlon effect, they have to either expend gold to draw or have another card that allows them to load or draw a card. All of those cards are a resource in their deck that they're not always going to have. So if they don't have access to those and they lose their arsenal, their turn may fully end and be forced into a smaller setup turn that will allow the Mario player to capitalize on the pace of the game.
Cool. And now, so I know you've said you've played both decks, and interestingly enough, these are both Codex of Frailty decks.
Yes.
Who do you think resolves that card best?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think Marlon has to work harder to make it work. Mario obviously has the default of being able to just empty the hand, play a Leave No Witnesses off the Codex, and that's that. Marlon is always wanting to activate Cannon and then send a 2-cost Harpoon, which lines up really awkwardly with Leave No Witnesses, the Codex of Frailty, asking you to discard a card. So often what you'll be looking for is have 0 resources floating and be able to pitch 2 blues into the Harpoon, or into the Hammerhead, and then be able to play the Codex with 2 floating. However, a lot of times those play lines don't come up in this deck where maybe you've pitched a yellow so you have a resource off, or if you're trying to draw through gold to find that Codex, if you have 1 resource floating and you pitch a blue, you're now discarding the second blue card before you can pay for the harpoon. So it's definitely, I think, a little bit harder for the Marlin player to resolve, but a little bit more important for them to attempt to resolve.
Gotcha. And it's fair to say that the Marlin player probably gets more value from the opponent getting a frailty, as the opponent typically will have 2 daggers, where Marlin doesn't have any weapons that she attacks with, but she does only send one attack action from the arsenal, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Notably, though, because Marlin is forced to send attacks from the arsenal, a 9 breakpoint or an 8 breakpoint is very different from a 10 or a 9.
Okay, fair enough.
Especially when we have reactions that block 3, blocking equipment. It can definitely snowball, especially with these reactions that Mario's. I've seen Mario lists that have up to 9 D-reacts in them.
Okay.
And those kind of lists can be a lot more threatening when you get the -1 because they're able to threaten blocking that breakpoint more evenly and put your hook at threat.
Okay, sounds good. Seems Aluvio starting the game off here. Got 1 on Tunic coming in with a Hunter's Glaive. Yeah, Hunter's Glaive, pitching 2 reds. Looks like an incision, and I can't see what's behind the incision, but
yeah, and
pitching 2 reds for Hunter's Glaive just to kind of set up a mark here, turn 1. And now, do you want to be on the play or the draw here as the Mario? What do you think?
I think both players have a good amount of play going both sides. I think the Mario player obviously wants to be able to set up their Chelicera as much as possible, get the mark, block with the hat, and be able to set up that Chelicera. But giving the Marlin player the ability to disrupt you is really strong. And to talk about some of the equipment suite as well that plays into this, when going second, Marlin can present this honing hood, which means that if the Mario player does what they're doing right now and doesn't present enough damage to be threatening, they can activate their honing hood, put a harpoon or something that can load into Arsenal, and have a 5-card hand on their first turn.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be allowed to pass through here. So it looks like David maybe doesn't have a good card to Arsenal here. Maybe blocking with the port side just because there's no harpoon in hand, just wanting to kind of clear things out. Maybe expecting to have a little more damage thrown at him so that he could filter that hand a little bit more.
Gotcha. And now, let me ask you a bit of an innocuous question. Who do you think is the aggressor in this matchup?
It's Marlin for sure. I think the impetus is a lot on the Marlin player because the Marlin is a deck that blocks a lot better than people are used to Rangers blocking. But against a Marionette, this kind of assassin that has these shred effects, a lot of these ways to punish you blocking, you really don't want to be in that position. You want to be sending Disruptive Harpoon into Battering Bolt to get rid of all their reacts, into another Disruptive Harpoon. And if you fail to do that, then the Mario player can capitalize with whatever size of hand they have left. And we can kind of see that right now with David's hand, where he has this big game trophy shot and 2 3-of-a-kinds and a catch of the day, all cards he wants to play.
Gotcha. So what do you think the play is here? Do you think we're going into big game trophy shot into big game trophy shot, draw, discard, and then followed by 3-of-a-kind?
Big game trophy shot is actually going to be a little hard to resolve here because we don't have a gold, so we're not going to be able to make that goldfin harpoon to discard,
Okay, gotcha,
and so we wouldn't have the resources. So it looks like we're just going to be playing the 3-of-a-kind and hoping to hit an arrow off the top. It looks like that's a king shark harpoon off the top. Along with a couple blues. So it looks like it was a little bit risky because we needed to draw a harpoon and 2 blues in order to play it, but we found it. So it looks like we're going to be sending this King Shark for 12 overpower, and if it hits, we're going to be taking 2 attack actions from the hand, a brutal disruptive turn.
And making 2 gold off of it.
And making 2 gold, very threatening. Of course, not hooking here. Hook is a very dangerous play when you haven't made a gold in this matchup because, like I said, there are some builds that are playing the D-reacts.
Yeah.
There's still the Marionette player may be very willing to give up even their tunic just to deny the gold-baited hook because it's that powerful of an equipment.
Nice, nice.
Looks like we're considering blocks here. It looks like there is a D-react in the hand if I'm seeing that correctly, but maybe just not enough to cover up this attack. Oh, a save for bloodshed as well. Interesting. I can't see if they have any attacks worth.
I can see a Stains of the Red back, I think. Yeah, I can't really tell what else is in their hand here.
Yeah. This is a very good setup for David, though. Even if this doesn't take anything from the hand, just dealing damage and putting that second 3-of-a-kind in the arsenal, that power card that kind of powers these turns for Marlin, digging 3 cards in deck, generating resources, and loading arrows. In a very good place to be, especially because if there's no attacks in Alluvial's hand, that means that there's likely not any disruption coming through on this next turn.
Gotcha. Let me ask you something. What are the Marlin feed equipment for? Do you ever actually activate them, or are they just a Blade Break 2?
So, traditionally, these are just Blade Break 2, which is something of the best that you can find in that slot. There are some niche situations where you're able to put one of your blue harpoons in arsenal and send that into a shallow water shark harpoon to get a big disruptive turn. Usually a 2-blade break. With the new upcoming card in Omens, these boots get a lot better because you can flip up the new red lure harpoon, banish one of their reds, and then you have the action point to play the card. But it looks like we're defending with the Kiss of Death here. It would have, if we hadn't had this disruptive card, they would have been able to Savor Bloodshed, Kiss of Death with the stains of the red back value in the back.
Yeah.
Being forced to block with it here, along with the trigger to turn in the Chelicera around. Missing the disruption, but still leaking damage and taking the Kiss of Death out of the hand. A very valuable turn for David. It looks like Alluvial likely going to be generating that Chelicera here. We have the Savor Bloodshed, which is definitely going to see play. It's going to be interesting if they decide to keep the Stains or the Codex of Inertia in hand.
Looks like they're leaning towards discarding Codex of Inertia here to equip the Chelicera.
Yeah, with the card in the arsenal, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but likely going to be a little difficult to get out before this card attacks, so not going to be able to really use the effect.
Cool, and we've got Savor Bloodshed here, and Chelicera coming in for 5, go again.
Yeah, it looks like a handful of blues for David. Looks like he's going to try and cover this up. We know that there is was it a blue stains or a red stains in hand?
I looked like a blue.
Yes.
It looks like a blue stains.
It looks like David is posing to cover 5 here, so that blue stains is going to be brutal to get that draw effect and the go again to be able to get a flick effect if they would like.
But David should be aware of it, right? Because he was able to look at the hand due to the harpoon?
Yes,
right?
David should be aware of it. However, we do know about that there is an arsenal that David does not know about, neither do we.
Gotcha.
If there's a leave no witness follow-up here.
I would say it was a red stains.
Red stains. Okay, so it would have had to give up the extra card. So definitely worth it to just let it happen, I think. Notably, what he could be hedging around is if he uses the hook to block here, and then a 4-power leave no witnesses comes in threatening the arsenal, he would potentially lose the 3 of a kind, which would be absolutely backbreaking.
Nice, okay.
Yeah, it looks like we're just cleaning up the combat chain here.
And the legs there be utilized, like you said, mostly just as blade break too.
And we're just passing. 1 card in hand, 1 in
wow.
arsenal, and we just have to pass. No way to use the extra action point here.
Unfortunate, really unfortunate.
Yeah, after having your hand ripped apart like that, definitely not what you want to see. But Olivio didn't have a huge choice in that turn structure because of the overpower we were talking about. Only reaction in the hand was the stains, which did get used, and just unable to fully convert everything. Yeah, it looks like we have a Redfin Harpoon, I'm not exactly sure what that is, but it's another blue, maybe a Seafloor Salvage, and a Whispers of the Oracle in hand. So we're going to opt 2 before we hit this 3 of a kind, just so we know what we're finding. And there's that Codex we were talking about earlier.
Codex, and I think a port side exchange?
Yes. Interestingly, Codex is a weird find here because we're about to resolve this 3 of a kind, which means that you can't play the Codex. But that Codex is a very valuable arsenal target, even with these cards. So maybe what David might be considering is pitching the Seafloor Salvage to the 3 of a kind with the 2 floating, and then arsenaling the Redfin Harpoon off the Marlin effect, using the 2 cards he finds off the top in order to send that Redfin, and then arsenal the Codex for next turn to keep the disruption coming.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a really good turn cycle to me.
Yeah, the one thing that we haven't seen yet from the one game that David had on stream or in this match, he hasn't shown Battering Bolt yet, which we're very early into the game. But traditionally, that's another card that is brought in versus these marionette decks with the powerful reactions like Tarantula Toxin, Scar Tissue, etc. Haven't seen that yet, but digging closer to that with all of these draw effects.
And now for the audience at home here, Battering Bolt does what exactly? And I know it's a 2-for-6 arrow, but I don't remember the on hit.
So on hit, you'll look at the opponent's hand. They'll discard all cards from their hand that are not attack actions, and they'll lose 1 life for each card discarded.
Okay, so very good into marionette.
Very good. Unfortunately, it doesn't gain the overpower from the bow because the bow specifies that it has to be a harpoon to gain overpower.
Gotcha.
But it still functions as a +4 buff. A 10 power attack that's coming in and asking you to block with all of your 2 block reactions is very strong. But looks like we're going to be playing the Seafloor Salvage here to flip over one of the yellows. And then pitching away the Redfin for the 3 of a kind. We don't know if there's an arrow on top, so this is a little risky.
Yeah.
We know that there's the Codex, but we can't resolve it this turn. Oh, but finds the Bluefin off the top.
Drew another 3 of a
and
kind.
drew another 3 of a kind.
David here, not super happy with how this has turned out.
Yeah, it looks like off that, I wasn't paying attention during the opt. It looks like during the opt, he opted away both the port side and the Codex, instead trying to dig for a more relevant piece of disruption than the Redfin. I'm interested in the thought process behind this play, because if you're going for a random arrow off the top and you have the Redfin, the things that you're looking for that would be better than a Redfin are the battering bolt we were talking about, a King Kraken, or a King Shark. But other than that, the Redfin is pretty premium in terms of disruption.
Yeah, right. Just because Marionette typically doesn't play a ton of blues, they're a lot more red line, right?
Correct, yes. The Marionette deck looking to avoid pitching whenever possible. That Redfin card being very strong in this matchup, but instead probably going to be forced to pitch away this 3 of a kind in order to send this Bluefin. When Alluvial's hand might not even have a Bluefin or a blue card in it, able to activate the hook here because a gold is made off the seafloor salvage, but unlikely that the disruption finds any real targets here.
Yep, so this is 8 overpower on hit, make a gold, and look at your hand and see if they can strip you from a blue card, and if they do, they get another gold token.
Yeah, the important thing here is in the Marionette deck, a lot of those blues are reactions, so the Bluefin Harpoon here, a little less valuable than some of the other ones, just because even if there are blues that they want to keep, it is at most just swinging Clave and Chelicera. But it looks like we're just going to cover it up to try and deny gold as much as possible with the D-React and that take up the mantle. An interesting choice on Alluvial side here. Not necessarily the most common card, but one of those more disruptive cards that we were talking about potentially for the Acilio matchup. Yeah. Trying to cycle back those Meat Madnesses and the Mark of the Black Widows.
And now, as far as blues go, do you think a lot of Marionettes are playing that, I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's called Whittle Bone?
Whittle from the bone? Whittle to the bone?
Whittle to the bone, yes, right. It's the 1 power action card, attack action card that says on hit, make a Chelicera, right?
Yes, so I've seen them have it in their blue base. Just another way to make a Chelicera have a little bit more consistency. I don't think the Reds have made it in yet just because it is a card without Go Again.
Gotcha, okay.
And it's not a stealth attack, and attacks in this deck have to be pretty premium because they're fighting against the likes of Meat Madness, Mark of the Black Widow, Leave No Witnesses, very strong attacks.
Gotcha.
So I think usually something you see in blue, but also not something that Alluvial would really want to see here, considering that they already have the Chelicera.
Yeah.
Looks like we're just going to be sending that Scar Tissue, coming in for 8 and rolling with the 1 card to put in the arsenal. Looks like it's going to be Funnel Web. Pretty good.
This is the one that attacks arsenal, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Looks like we're staring at a hand of Shallow Water Shark Harpoon, King Shark Harpoon, and 2 blues in the hand. So it all relies on this gold here. If we don't find a yellow or a blue off the top, we might just be passing here. Looks like
that's a Murderous Rebel, I think?
I believe that's the Treasure Pack Murderous Rebel, yes. So it looks like we're just going to be sending a King Shark for 10 here and arsenaling the Shallow Water Shark Harpoon, potentially aiming for some disruption next turn. A little inconvenient, obviously, with that Funnel Web going to be threatening the arsenal, but not much of a choice you can make when you have a hand like this.
So David here getting a little unlucky, not seeing too many pumps as of late. But like you said, so you're saying David is more leaning towards being the aggressor here. Does David have time to find the cards that he needs to try and maybe like close out the game?
I think the last turn was really pivotal because a lot of what the Marlin is trying to do is chain together these disruptive turns so that the Marlin player doesn't have to block into these turns that they don't want to block. And able to kind of chain things together. Having to send the Bluefin there, which was blocked out by Alluvial, but didn't offer meaningful disruption on the actual turn cycle, means that they're going to be able to resolve their effects. And look at that. We see the Relentless, the Tarantula Toxin,
and the Codex of Frailty.
I wonder what the arsenal is, because that Codex could theoretically get back a Kiss of Death, but that seems a little suboptimal. There is a mark, so there could be a Chelicera coming in with the Tarantula Toxin back behind it, but without a front pump behind it, it's not super threatening here. I wonder what the line is going to be from the Alluvial side here.
So from what we've seen so far, it seems like King Kraken Harpoon is probably one of your best harpoons in the matchup as well, right?
Yes.
To take away all these non-attack actions?
Yes. So the Marionette deck, the way it is skewed is that Go Again is something that is really... you have to work for in this deck. If you're in one of the Tarantula forms, one of the Brood, you don't always have access to Go Again. And when you are in the base form, you still have to hit in order to have access to that Go Again. So non-attack actions all give their buffs and then provide you that action point back. Attacks don't necessarily do that. So you're limited to around 9 to 12 attacks in the Marionette deck. What that means is that you're going to have more non-attacks inherently just because they're not taxed by the action points. And those are the sources of some of your strongest cards, such as Savor Bloodshed, which we've seen one of. But the +4 and the draw is absolutely terrifying for any deck. Yeah, it looks like we're just seeing the Chalicera here. The T-Tox is going to guarantee that we're going to be able to resolve the funnel web effect here. Just discard the Relentless Pursuit, buff the Chalicera in order to disrupt the arsenal, and then play the T-Tox if they try to block it out. So we're going to be losing the Shallow Water Shark Harpoon here. Look at the hand for David is going to be Murder Travel, Infecting Shot. Looks like another Bluefin Harpoon and a Shifting Tide. Really not what you want to see here. And notably, we still have that Honing Hood. I had a thought. One of the benefits of Honing Hood, one of the cool things, is you can use it to put a card in your arsenal while you're under the effects of Three of a Kind. Three of a Kind says you can only play cards from your arsenal.
Yeah.
So it can allow you to get an extra card under it. There was a turn earlier where we had that, I'm blanking on the name right now, the big game trophy shot that we were holding in hand under the Three of a Kind. I wonder if there was a chance to maybe use the Honing Hood there to try and get the big game trophy shot under it, because at this rate we've already burned through all of our Three of a Kinds. So it looks like we'll just be holding the Honing Hood for potentially another case where we need to get an arrow but can't find a way.
Gotcha. You think this might be one of David kind of forcing the blocking here, and maybe just trying to reset to draw a better hand? Because like you said, the hand that he currently has doesn't attack very well, but it at least blocks decently.
Yeah, the problem is that we know about the Tarantula Toxin in hand. So blocking here is kind of a fool's errand, because even if Alluvial has to discard the Codex here to get the disruptive effect, you'd have to, even if you block 7 on this, Tarantula Toxin subtracts yours and pumps this up, and then it'll be at 7 versus your 4. The only way to really effectively block against this is to give up your whole hand, which feels really bad just to protect the King Shark and Arsenal, or sorry, the Baby Shark and Arsenal. But that might be the best play at this point. The only punish there would be if there's a way to get the card out of the arsenal and then Codex back, something a little more threatening. But even if you take this damage here and lose the arsenal, your turn isn't going to be very threatening. That blue shark, that bluefin harpoon, not very threatening to the marionette side.
Let's assume here David does no blocks, right?
Yes.
Does no blocks. Comes at you with 4 because we're going to assume he loses his arsenal to the marionette ability.
Yes.
How much damage can he truly present?
8.
Right? And that's
just 8.
It's a 4-card 8, not good value, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem, not necessarily the problem, but the proposition that marionette puts on you when you're playing with all these cards is that at the Tarantula Toxin, you can't block efficiently anymore. If you block, you're giving the Tarantula Toxin value. But with this case, we have the Stains of the Redback in the arsenal. We're just able to pump and give go again to this attack. And now our arsenal is clear for this Codex that we know is coming. And that Tarantula Toxin is just going to get out of the way on this Hunter's Clave. Really just a no-win situation for David. Yeah, a very unfortunate situation here. I think it's an interesting choice to not give up any cards here, because like we said, there's going to be this... oh, interesting. We're not using the funnel web ability. David's going to be able to keep the arsenal here, actually.
Okay. Alluvial kind of maybe poison to just going for more damage?
Yeah, potentially. Potentially seeing the writing on the wall of if David is able to secure one of these really strong disruptive hands, they might not be able to gain the space to play to push more damage. So here going for the line where you're doing 4 into 4 into 3 with an on hit, that is going to be a 12 damage 4-card hand. With the Ponder token on the backside and the Frailty giving the -1, as opposed to the play we had discussed earlier, which would have just been, I believe, 10 damage and banishing the arsenal. So valuing the 2 extra damage here, it looks like. Although curiously here, we know that David's hand is a 4-card 8 here, so just blocking 3 here will give 4 value, and you're still going to be able to attack for 9 overpower, hit the Pondered Arsenal, and then put another card that you just want to keep into your arsenal. So not the worst situation for David, actually.
No, let's see what David decides to do here. And you said there was like the smaller shark harpoon in the arsenal, right? Yeah.
Yes, Baby Shark, colloquial name, the shallow water shark harpoon. With the Frailty, it's going to be coming in for 8 overpower and threatening the arsenal, but it looks like Alluvial really doesn't like the Ponder and going to be keeping it in their hand.
Now, what are the odds that Ponder was one of those like clunky blues you were talking about?
I think there is a pretty high chance. Looking at the hand, I'm trying to get a peek at it. I'm not gonna lie, for a second I thought it was Passing Mirage, and I thought I was looking at the wrong hero. That might be a Whittle to the Bone.
Gotcha.
Yeah, definitely not the kind of card you want to put in your arsenal, an attack that prevents you from having all these arsenal synergies. So not an ideal hand from Alluvial side either, just presenting a 4-card 12. Not the worst case, but also not exactly where you want to be at in this kind of back and forth disruptive matchup.
No, yeah, for sure. So then, do we ever think that maybe David has a chance to, like you're saying, maybe send some middling damage here, but then really be poisoned to, like, okay, once he sees the pumps along with the correct arrow that he wants to line it up with, he might just go no blocks, take a ton of damage, and then just try and regain tempo that way.
I think that's very likely. I think what he'll be holding for, I think, is that last disruptive attack, because ultimately damage is just damage, and he's trying to present the disruption that prevents the damage from coming through. So all he really cares about being able to keep the correct kind of hands.
Gotcha.
One interesting thing here, though, is that we know that there's a bluefin harpoon in hand, so that's going to be going into the arsenal here, which is an interesting decision here because we know that the bluefin, not a super impactful arsenal here, potentially valuing the fact that he'll be able to send an arrow at all with no gold on board is a little threatening. Personally, I would maybe be considering even arsenaling the Ravenous Rabble or keeping the Shifting
There's
Titan.
that whittle to the bone.
There's that whittle to the bone. Definitely was the draw off the ponder. Don't want to see that in the arsenal.
And now, notably here, David activated the gold-bitted hook, even though he had him at a gold. So that was a potential risk, right?
Very risky play here, but potentially knows that with the even life totals, despite the start, you have to take some risks. Not to mention, the second whittle from the bone in hand. That's absolutely
that was
brutal.
brutal.
But to finish the thought, potentially recognizing that activating hook is sort of disruption in its own right because you're either getting a resource that's really going to help you or your opponent is going to dedicate cards to block it out. Even on life in this kind of matchup is very much so not where you want to be. But it looks like we found some of our power cards here. We're looking at Big Game Trophy Shot and Cheating Scoundrel in the hand for David alongside a Tar Pit Trap and a blue with the Bluefin and Arsenal.
Nice. So like you were saying, you think we could see Marlin here activate the hero ability, make the Goldfin Harpoon, and then use that to discard for the big game trophy shot?
So that is normal play, but the problem is we only have one blue card in the hand. Right now, if David blocks at all, he's not going to be able to send an attack this turn unless he gets lucky off of his gold and hits a blue.
Gotcha.
If we're seeing the Tar Pit Trap, based on the ratios that I vaguely know of, I think that he's on 30, somewhere between 30 and 33 blues, so roughly half the deck. It looks like we're going to be presenting the Tar Pit Trap here just to try and prevent the mark on hit. But once that's gone, we only have 6 total resources in hand, so we won't be able to resolve the big game trophy shot or the Cheating Scoundrel without help from the Tunic or gold here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, a little unfortunate to just be finding cards at the wrong time or finding buffs without the blues in order to cast them, and then all blue hands that aren't able to present anything better than a 4-card 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be pumping up to 4 here. David considering if he wants to send the Tar Pit Trap here or save it for something potentially more threatening on the backside. Potentially considering the value of the mark here. Notably, Tar Pit Trap says that if it defends an attack with go again, the next attack action that hits will not trigger any effects.
Gotcha.
So he'll still be marked after this resolves. It'll just prevent something like a Mark of the Black Widow
Yep.
or Leave No Witnesses. But it's not exactly where you want to be. With only one card in hand, Alluvial can just throw it into the arsenal.
Yeah.
And we know that's a Bluefin in hand. And we've already seen, if I remember correctly, 4 or 5 blues out of this deck that normally plays somewhere between 8 to 10. Unlikely to even find something to disrupt. And with Alluvial's Tunic going to be tipping up to 3 next turn, they don't even need access to a resource. They're just going to be able to activate their Tunic and swing their Chalicer without having to pitch any cards from hand, which means we need to find some sort of big disruption that's going to pick apart this hand now. A very tricky situation.
But a very interesting one.
Incredibly.
I think you were right about noting that this matchup is really interesting on both sides. Both heroes seem to have game into each other. With the Marlin kind of being the more aggressive stance. But Marlin typically doesn't play things like defense reactions, right?
Correct. The Tar Pit Traps are a little bit of a sideboard slot. Normally for matchups like Syndra, an interesting proposition into Mario as well, being able to stop these disruptive effects. With the cost, of course, being that while you're able to play this defense reaction that blocks 3 and prevents these effects, it's yellow in a deck that really wants to see some blues. If we saw this hand and that Tar Pit Trap was a blue and not a yellow, there's a very good chance that we just say no blocks here, because if we're able to activate Marlin to create the Goldfin, we might be able to send a Harpoon for 3 plus 4 plus the base 8. A 15 power arrow that is going to make 3 gold on hit is really threatening at this stage of life, where Alluvial is only at 22. Looks like we're going to be playing a Throw Caution to the Wind as well, one of the newer tech blues in this piece. It says that you can reveal the top card of your deck, and you prevent the next amount of damage that you would take equal to the pitch value. So we have the target trap effect floating for the attack action and cover up the mark, really trying to stifle this next incoming turn with 5 cards. Unfortunately, though, that leaves us with a yellow and a red in hand. We might just be sending a bluefin for 4.
Gotcha. I mean, you don't think he could still just play out the Cheating Scoundrel?
I think there's a possibility that you could play out the Cheating Scoundrel here. But one of the thing about the text on the Harpoons is you only get to look at your opponent's hand if you've activated your cannon this turn. So Alluvial will just be able to reveal any card in their hand. The Cheating Scoundrel definitely gives a little bit more of an incentive to block and does clear your arsenal, so you don't have to worry about something like a Leave No Witness. But you're losing one of your power cards on something that they can choose how to take action on it instead of you taking that agency away from them. Can't exactly see Alluvial's hand here, but for example, if their hand doesn't aggress super well, they can just safely cover up the Cheating Scoundrel, get the gold, deny Marlin any of the ability to start clawing back. And if their hand converts well, they can just say no blocks, reveal a card, and just send it.
Well, yeah, it looks like David's going to be play Cheating Scoundrel here into the bluefin, yeah, into the bluefin Harpoon. Just 3 card 7, you know, pretty below rate here. But like you were saying, maybe just feeling okay with having denied the mark, right, on Alluvial's turn, plus potentially here making a gold, right?
Yes, the one thing I'm scared of here is with the Tunic coming up this turn, the Chelicera is effectively going to be free. So there's no pitch card. And there's no real disruption coming through because the Hammerhead hasn't been activated. Which means that if Alluvial wants, regardless of the mark, they're going to have a 5-card hand with which they can do whatever they want. And that's incredibly threatening with the free. I think there's a To The Point and a... that might be a Saber Bloodshed in hand. All of which are incredibly threatening cards. I think at this point, especially because David's only at 1 gold, the second gold, a little more important, but still not incredibly important at this point. But we're giving up the blue here. Interesting. I think maybe just a card that Alluvial can't convert, and revealing the red Orb Weaver Spinneret here to the bluefin effect. Looks like potentially we're going to be able to send multiple Chelicera this turn if we're able to get the mark through as well.
No, Alluvial forgot to take up Tunic.
Oh, that's potentially not devastating.
Not devastating because we have the blue red in hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because we are not going to be trying to attack with 2 Chelicera this turn. We don't need the 4 resources, making it still a slight misstep one that looks like it's not going to matter here. After all that work to prevent the mark, though, David just taking the glaive here, potentially valuing the cards in hand. Looking at it, we have a Whispers of the Oracle, a Sunken Treasure. It looks like potentially another blue, a Shallow Water Shark Harpoon, and a Cheating Scoundrel.
Cheating Scoundrel, yep.
Very good hand here. I think this might be one of those ones that you just kind of have to say, opponent, you have all these cards in your hand. Do what you want to me. I need to start taking back the tempo.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be coming through with 6 on this Chelicera, but still no disruption. We're going to find out what that arsenal was. We'll see if the Tar Pit Trap was meaningful disruption on the last turn, or if it was simply a card that was destined for the arsenal anyway.
Yep, it looks like a 16-7 here going into David's turn. Alluvial still has an action point? Question mark?
Correct. Yes.
Yes.
There was the mark off the clave, and then the Chelicera attacked, got go again, and cleared the mark. Yeah, the one thing I'm worried about on this hand is David looks like he's on a little bit more of a red and yellow heavy build. On the Leave No Witnesses.
But with effectively no real on hit, right?
It has no real on hit. The curious thing, though, is that we have 7 health, which is threatening the on hit of death, which is always the scariest on hit. Not to mention, silver is not necessarily meaningless. We've seen a lot of blues out of Alluvial. Silver does let you filter those blues into more actionable cards. But if I'm David, I might just have to risk taking this. The thing he's probably evaluating right now is if the Cheating Scoundrel is worth more on offense than defense here. Especially because there's not going to be an arsenal, so there's not going to be any disruption coming through this turn.
Yeah, so it would just all be raw numbers, right?
Correct, yes. I think you probably do have to block here. If you go to 3, you're suddenly in range of a single Chelicera generating effect of just going flick, flick, flick. With a hand like this, yeah, you just might want to block out. You know that you're not going to be able to disrupt them this turn, so just send a 3-card 9. Not the best that you can do, but it's something.
Yeah, better than nothing.
Better than nothing. Honestly, if you're staring at a hand like this, in this position where you can't exactly block earlier because you don't know what's coming, I wonder if there's an argument for just taking a setup turn here. Potentially blocking with the Sunken Treasure, making a gold, and playing the Whispers of the Oracle to try and set up disruption next turn. Probably not. Banishing the Codex here.
So no silver generated.
No silver generated, but the Codex, a very powerful card. One that Alluvial has to play around when they're planning their turns. Seeing it gone, very good for Alluvial's side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, David staring down this 4-card hand, 3 playing 16. Looks like we're either going to crack a gold here to load or just simply use the Honing Hood. Looks like we're going for the gold play. Let's see what we get off the top. Shifting Tide. So we did find the blue, and we have the load trigger on the stack. I think what David is considering here is, using his Tunic in order to get the last card out of the deck, looking for something that can interact here with the 5 int that he has on this turn. Finding the 3rd Shallow Water Shark Harpoon. Absolutely devastating.
So yeah, not great here. We can kind of see David poised as his body language kind of tells everything we need to know of, well, it's just not going great, and I'm not drawing the cards that I need to draw.
Yeah, this is going to be a 4-card 12 on a hit, make likely 2 gold. Presumably we're going to be activating the hook here. But just really not where you want to be at when Alluvial is going to be able to present another 4-card hand straight at David. Mm-hmm. And this time, if the Tunic ticks up, they're going to still have that 4-card hand with the Tunic, the Chelicera attacking, very threatening.
So taking this 12 is pretty safe, right?
Depends on the hand. So far, we've seen some clunky hands from the Marionette player, but it looks like maybe the hands are coming together because the immediate, I'm taking 12, which is never what you want to hear when you're at 3 life. It looks like, we've gone to 3 and there's an Orb Weaver Spinneret in hand.
Yep.
That's absolutely devastating here. David is deterministically dead over the next 3 turns.
Yes.
Unless he finds one of the Throw Caution to the Winds and is able to prevent a flick. And the Savor Bloodshed plus the Chelicera effect, the Orb Weaver effect.
Wow, it's coming in for, I believe this is 8?
I believe this is 9. 4, 7, 8. Sorry, 8. It'll be 9 if the Chelicera gets flicked.
Gotcha, okay.
Which is very likely in this situation because we want to try and get that draw effect. David's hand, it looks like, is that a 3rd big game trophy shot in hand? And it looks like 3 blues. Just hands really not coming together here. Yep, that's a Yellowfin, a Whispers of the Oracle, and it looks like a Bluefin Harpoon. Just going to try and cover 9, so even if it flicks, it goes up. But if Alluvial has the react, then I think this game might be over. Yeah, definitely a rough proposition. Because you have to consider here, there's a fork. If you block 12 and they have the stains of the red back, they simply flick, give it go again, and attack, and you have no cards left in hand. But if you block 9 and they have the reaction pump, the game also ends. So very difficult fork for Dave to be in here. Going down to 2 and getting the mark. Attack will go up to 9 and get on hit, go again. So 9 versus 10 here. Playing around the blue stains, it appears. But we have the red scar tissue. And the Tarantula Toxin.
Yeah, that's game over.
Devastating turn. Congratulations to Alluvial Arnett winning in somewhat of a close game, but being able to pull through with the Arachne Marionette, going to be moving on to top 4.
Yep. No, yeah, fantastic game, and honestly, well played by David as well. You know, he did the best that he could with the cards that he was able to draw.
Yes, those were some very rough hands that he was having to sort out. Definitely did his best with finding all blues and then finding a bunch of buffs without the resources to pay for them. Still navigating it well and bringing it down to a 4-0 life total.
Yeah.
Very close game nonetheless.
All right, well, thank you guys. We'll be back with our next top 8 match a little later.
And welcome back, everyone. We have our top 4 match, and because Acilio Dio not going to be a very fast one, and we're also just giving Olivia a little bit of a break. We're going to show both top 4 matches.
Um,
Oh, I think we're showing both top 4. We'll find out. But right now, for now, we are going to be showing Dio versus Acilio. So we have Andrew Sones versus Blake Mooney here. And this should be a pretty fast, aggressive match.
yes, both of these decks are very much all gas, no brakes.
So we shall see how this goes. I think that we have Blake should be the higher seed, so he'll be choosing who is going to go first. And it looks like the players are currently shuffling up, and we are getting ready to get started here.
Yeah, so I'm not by no means am I an expert on either of these decks. I've never really played them at anywhere near a competitive level, but based on what I know and the deck list, I do believe Dio might be a little slightly favored here. I think unless Acilio is able to see some mind warps, he doesn't have a ton of disruption really. If it's just raw value. And Dio, facing against a deck that doesn't have that much disruption, can just run over anyone. It has some of the highest damage output in the game. Anytime you get to just play out a maximum velocity, it's an incredibly powerful turn.
Yeah, you get to play all the boom grenades, and Acilio doesn't block well enough, so they're just going to come off on top, and it's just going to be an extra 4 or 5 damage on the turn. I mean, it can be pretty crazy. I mean, I'm in the same boat. We're both just kind of, theorizing here on what we think is going to be good. But Acilio can also just draw incredibly hot too.
Oh, absolutely. Don't get me wrong. Both of these decks can blow up their opponents out of nowhere. I just think turn over turn value consistently, Dio might be a little bit stronger. Because we will have some turns, like we've seen on stream before, where the Acilio player can just sometimes have anywhere from 3 to 4 card 7 damage and then pass.
So we're going to go ahead and have the Shock come out and send 3 across. And but there is AB1 on the side of Andrew, just because Achilles is a ridiculously good card.
Since Arcane Rising.
Yeah, that's right. But we're starting to see more of these now. These more like Arcane Barrier plus stuff.
Yep.
Which
I'm a huge fan of.
I am too. Yeah. I think it's super cool to start to see more of that. And then just 3 more life added on Blake's side. So 30. So going into their first turn, Andrew is 34. So 34 playing into 38. Going to play the Cerebellum Processor from hand, crank it, and continue on the turn.
And as you noted, Blake here, I believe, is the higher seed, right?
That is correct.
So he chose to go first
and get the wobble
in what we kind of consider an aggro versus aggro matchup, right? So that's an interesting choice. What do you think about that?
I think that getting like the sigils out and knowing that you don't block very well, you don't necessarily like want to leak 18 damage or something, So and you can filter on your own turn, things like that. And so Fast and Furious is going to be coming out here at a 0 for 4, with the Cerebellum Processor getting wobbled.
Yeah, that was interesting. I wonder if Andrew did that to kind of bait it out. I wonder if he was baiting it out so that he could then now play and resolve the Spark of Genius.
Yeah. So maybe that is what's going on here. But regardless, I mean, you saw Blake kind of drop his head whenever it was played and gets out the null time zone.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're going to name Gone in the Flesh. What do you think?
I mean, I'm naming Gone in the Flash probably 10 out of 10 times.
Cool.
Unless I've played Harpoon to see their hand, I'm naming Gone in the Flash.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm assuming it's naming Gone in the Flash. Question. I don't know if you know this or not, but can you name something can you just name Shock? Can you name half of a card? Or do you have to name the full dual sides of a card?
I think you can just name Shock.
Okay. Do you think that's ever a consideration?
So, I mean, that's a really good point. We'll see if, I think that Gone in Flash, I think the production trying to listen to Gone in Flash is what was called here. I mean, I think it is a consideration, but Gone in a Flash gets played so much, right? Like that, you just shut down so many things by not allowing Gone in a Flash.
Andrew here having cranked the no time zone to then be able to shoot the symbiosis shot. Interesting choice. I wonder
Yeah,
if there was a consideration there to just leave it at 2 counters, not swing the symbiosis, and just have it stick around for even longer.
yeah. I mean, possibly, but getting in that 2 damage, it can be the difference here. It gets Blake back down to 34, leaves 2 cards in hand, and so one going to Arsenal, IP one there for Andrew. Going to discard another. So a lot of heavy filtering on the side of Blake here. Discarding on Andrew's turn, discarding on his turn. We're going to see what Blake wants to play out. Here's going to be in a Sigil of Lightning. So getting the Volzar up on 1 counter and sending in just a Mind Warp.
Just Mind Warp for 3. Andrew here can absolutely just pitch into it, take 2.
Take 2 and no surge effect.
No surge effect. Yeah, wow, that was. I wonder if Blake has a God of the Flesh stranded in his hand.
It feels a lot like that. I'll be honest.
Wow. So Andrew here, excellent play. I think he used the Cerebellum to bait out the wobble, if I'm being honest.
I mean, it definitely looked like that, I'll give it to him. I think that Andrew's a good enough player to definitely have made that play heads up. Boom Grenade off the top, going to crank it, and this is kind of what we talked about, where it's really difficult for this deck to block. So it's going to be a Expedite 4/3. Current funnel going to be in on blocking duty. Another Expedite 4/3. Do you have enough blocking cards to take care of all of this? Going to put the boots on blocking duty here is Blake. Look at the top and send a Pulse Wave Harpoon. This card is so good. Rip apart the hand of Acilio. This is a pretty brutal turn here for Blake. As there's also going to be the Boom Grenade behind this. So if there's not 2 blocking cards, and Blake is going to be taking the Boom Grenade.
Yeah.
In response, going to get rid of the Channel Lightning Valley. Rough. Sees 2 blocking cards.
Blast to Oblivion. Yep.
Takes that
Give
one.
me one of them.
And Blake's like, how about you have both?
And Blake's like, yep, I'll just block with both. That's fine.
And you can just have both. And sounds good. Turning off the... so basically no turn for Acilio.
Yeah.
With the... so Boom Grenade will go away next turn. Gonna lose the
no time zone along with the Boom Grenade. But honestly, I don't think we're in a tough spot here for either player. I think both players, funny enough, I think they're where they want to be. Andrew kind of gaining the tempo, but Blake not losing too much life because his hand actually blocked there.
Yeah, he was actually able to salvage that, right?
So. And he's floating an embodiment of lightning, which is still really great for the deck. And now that the no time zone is gone, he has access to be able to play out his God of Flesh. I'm assuming might be the card that's in his arsenal.
Yeah, I definitely think that the backup protocol red being the play out here, getting cranked off the top.
Yep.
So 2 action points available for Andrew. Let's see what is going to be flying across the table next. It's going to be another Boom Grenade.
So okay.
It's a little...
Looks like he's not cranking it.
So gonna put the steam counter on it. There it is. So more turns of Blake having to worry about Boom Grenades connecting. I just don't think he's gonna be able to block all the things all the time. This is 0 for 4 on Fast and the Furious coming in. Filtering out some more is Blake.
Blake here not looking too great. Like we're talking about, one of the best things about Flesh and Blood is body expression is so important in this game because it's sometimes it's impossible to hide, right? Like, and it looks like to me here, that
just the game actions you take, kind of whenever your opponent says forego again, you go, I need to discard. I need to filter my hand.
And then here we have Andrew activating the backup protocol red. I'm assuming he's grabbing a 0 for 4 with Go again, probably a 0 for 6, 0 to 60 if he has one. If not, maybe an Expedite or another
Even
Fast and Furious. Yeah.
Fast and Furious
Mhm.
works just as well as he has cranked this turn, so it's the same as the 0 to 60. Going to send out a Fast and Furious. And
Deciding if he wants to boost here or okay, no, still.
looks like no boost and going to
Oh, okay, yeah, no boost. Just
Arsenal a
crash
card.
for 4 and yeah, just Arsenal pass.
So maybe a max V in hand.
But again, notably, Dio doesn't present any disruption, right? Or at least did not present the disruption that turn. So Blake is going into his turn with 5 cards and an embodiment of lightning. He has the potential to deal an incredible amount of damage.
Yeah, and we'll see if our predictions of the Arsenal being
Gone in Flash.
Gone in Flash come true very soon. Channel
Playing
Lightning Valley going to
Lightning
go ahead and
Valley.
get played out. And
There it is.
There it is. So that null time zone shutting down that Gone in a Flash
Mhm.
for at least a turn or two, and now it's coming out with 4 Go again, buying up all of the armor and putting a card to the bottom here for Andrew on 5 cards now to block with. Old Knocker going to be coming out, so it looks like we may have combo turn coming in with the Lightning Greaves being popped and sending back the Gone in Flash to hand.
So I believe this means the Celio now has 2 action points.
Should be 2
Yep.
action points, yes.
No damage dealt. Now it's coming in for 7. 1 action point left.
Yeah, like you said, coming in for 7. This is a difficult block. Looks like Andrew's saying, "Yep, you got it. Draw your card."
Draw your card. Yep.
Another
Ooh, I
one.
wonder if he drew that off the top. It looked like he drew that off the top. That was a pretty good draw if that's the one that he saw. Because now it's just continuing to just 7, 7, 4. So we're looking at what, 18 damage so far? Yeah, 18 damage so far.
And that's not including what's building.
And he still has,
up
I
on
think, 3
Bullseye.
cards in hand. Yep, just blocking with the maximum velocity here.
Yeah. There comes
Ooh, a
sigil.
Sigil Brilliance.
Pop back that. Gone in a Flash. 2 cards remaining in hand and 2 action points available for Blake. See if Mind Warp is going to be the play here. Would be pretty devastating here for Andrew, as he is down to 4 cards, using the crown to get a 5th card in hand. Andrew has discarded a lot of instants this game, though, early on, trying to filter out and not leak a ton of damage.
Yeah, but like you said, sometimes you just has to do that in order to kind of, sculpt a better hand.
Yeah, it happens.
Blake here kind of looks like he's stuck a little bit, deciding between the Gone in a Flash that we know is in his hand and an unknown card.
So 2 action points remaining. With a couple of sigils on the side and a Channel Lightning Valley. Let's see if he tries to keep the...
Oh, discarding another Sigil of Brilliance to the Celio Hero ability.
Interesting. Glittering Charge going to be coming in with 7 on Volzar. 1 action point, so not needing...
But we know he has the Gone in a Flash in his hand, right? So we're not going to end the turn with a big spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, just choosing Arsenal instead. Oh, never mind. Yeah, just sending it out.
Send the 4. Trying to hit as much damage in as possible.
Yep, looks like it's 13 to 20 in favor of Blake here. However, I will note though that Andrew still has 4 cards in hand. Only blocked with the maximum velocity. Blake out of the combo pieces and he's no longer has Lightning Greaves or Old Knocker, but does have a Sigil of Brilliance on the board.
Going to rip a piece of equipment. See if Blake wants
That's fine.
to
I think
put
he
the
can
hat
just
in
block,
front.
or maybe just the bindings, right? Just the bindings, I think is fine. But yeah, the hat here can bounce the Sigil of Brilliance to draw a card.
So not an awful time to have to use the hat as long as you want to get rid of a card in your hand. Looks like we have a couple of shocks.
Oh, okay, interesting. Bouncing the Sigil of Conductivity, I think, to make an embodiment of lightning.
That it, yeah, that it. And taking 2. and then a Spark of Genius. And it resolves. It does not look like there is a wobble here to stop that.
No time zone.
Time zone again.
Honestly, maybe it was a good thing that Blake went ahead and played the Gauntlet Flash at the end of his turn there instead of arsenaling it, because he would have been punished here if Andrew, knowing that he had the Gauntlet Flash in the arsenal, would have just named Gauntlet Flash. So now Andrew might actually name something else besides Gauntlet Flash. We're not always entirely sure, but besides it being your go-to, if you know two of them are, I think it's either one or two in the graveyard, do we name something else potentially?
If I've seen two in the graveyard, maybe I'm naming something else, but I think it is only one right now.
Okay.
I think it's just the one. Maybe it is Blast though.
Yeah, potentially Blast Oblivion.
'Cause I think they're running 6.
Yeah, but I believe it's 3 yellows, 3 reds.
Yeah.
On average.
So in general, that's what you're seeing. So we'll see what they name. See if production can put the card up for us if they have named it right now. Shall see. Spark, gonna go ahead and draw off with Spark.
Yeah, he has to name.
He's got to name
card
something.
First, yeah.
Name something, Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew here in a tough spot. Okay, yeah, naming Blast Oblivion.
Naming
Yep.
Blast.
I think that's a smart choice.
Yeah. Another.
Oh,
another.
Okay.
Spark.
Does he have all 3 no time zones? If he does, then this game gets very interesting very fast. Okay, no, yeah, grab. Okay, I'm assuming he's probably only on 2 no time zones.
I think that's generally where we're at this point.
Yeah.
There's only 2, just because it's a little too clunky.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you can break your hands pretty difficult, or a good amount. Let's put it that way. So going to be cranked here with 1 counter on it and draw a card. Man, a tutor effect that replaces itself. Good lord. Great.
Yeah, very
Great
strong.
stuff.
Playing on a backup protocol red. Andrew here kind of shaking his head. I wonder if his hand's a little clunky. And
He's just kind of spinning his wheels right now.
yeah.
I mean, we've got 3 items on the board, but like.
Okay. He's gonna go ahead and pitch into the backup protocol red, grabbing.
We're gonna do our best Acilio impression and send the same card as many times as we can, and send Fast and Furious for 4. So we have cranked several times. So Yep. I'm gonna play Fast and Furious for the 3rd time of the same card.
I guess he's not representing. Okay, so that was a blue zipper hit, so he's representing 1 floating, which importantly enough means that he still has access to 0 ability.
There we go. Thank you, Blake. Appreciate it. Last to Oblivion being the card that is on null time zoned.
It's always awesome to see when the players kind of just want to accurately represent the board state as much as they can, right?
Yeah. Those little whiteboard tokens are pretty cool. Go ahead and activating the Bracers of Belief here, getting the full value. Well, yeah, able to get the full +2.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Andrew's just kind of saying, you know what, this is as good as I can do. Getting the max velocity into hand and popping the Achilles to get the action point back.
Yeah.
So Fast and Furious is going to come in here. If there's another 0 cost here, then that will be, as we've boosted the T-Bone, Fast and Furious, 1 more 0 cost, and then we activate the chest and we send Max V.
Yep. Oh, activating Dio here. Ooh, a Teklo core. Nice.
Seeing so many items right now.
Into another boom grenade. Okay,
another boom grenade.
And we know he's putting the maximum velocity in his arsenal. I think if Blake does not kill Andrew here, there's a very good chance Andrew kills Blake on his turn.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That's just sitting there. A lot of resources that are available.
Blake here,
Gonna play.
I guess responding or at the end of the turn playing out the Sigil of Brilliance. They didn't block with his gloves, which I'm assuming he's gonna pop on his turn. Yeah, he's gonna activate those on his turn in response to the Sigil of Brilliances leaving the battlefield.
I mean, I think Blake's in the same spot that we were, and just expecting more to keep coming across,
Hmm.
especially after he picked up the pop the boots to pick up a Max V.
True, true, true. Very fair. Yeah, true. I think activating a Cilio here? Question mark. Looks like he wanted to, discard something. Ooh, drew the wobble there a little late.
Wobble
Unfortunately.
exactly one turn late. So they ain't going to send across,
Oh, you're
put them
playing a
in the
Singular Conductivity.
still a few cards available, and
Sigil of Solace, gaining 3 life.
a lot of like wheel spinning going on both
Yeah.
sides. 3 cards left.
Seduce Secrets from hand, not from Arsenal. So he gets to look at Andrew's hand, I believe,
And
and the top
then
card of his deck. But, I mean, funny enough, they could just flip it over because both players could always see the top card of the
yeah,
deck.
this hand doesn't.
This Andrew's hand is a little clunky.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a little clunky, that's for sure.
He can't resolve the Max V here unless he gets an item off the top.
Andrew being cheeky and looking at it right after Blake looks at it.
And that's that flick habit
Yeah.
of Diaz. There's like, yeah, let me look.
Yeah. And here coming in for 4 off of the Etchings of Arcana.
Gonna go grab
Another
a classic
Sigil. Yep.
Sigil of Brilliance.
Moving to Arsenal.
Both these decks, like we talked about, they're super explosive, but both of them just kind of like doing a lot of wheels, just dirtling around.
Yeah,
You know?
for sure. All right, well, let's see what Andrew can cobble together. His hand had 2 items, and I think just two
zipper
boost
hit.
attacks. Yeah, 2 boost attacks.
Zipper hit and something else.
So,
Ice coming off the top.
believe Blake go ahead and saying that, yep, I will send me the bill.
It is 7 playing into 17. Andrew hoping for an item off the top to get to just really hoping to get an item off the top so he can get an extra action point to draw a card and hopefully draw into another boost card. I would not be surprised to see him activate the chest pretty quickly after this if this is not an item off the top, just to try and dig. So Gun and Flash and Current Funnel currently looking like they're going to be on blocking duty, and there is a blink and something else in hand. So not looking like a extremely good blocking hand here. The 0 to 60 coming in of the red, yellowish variety. It's like it's
Blake's hand here blocking 9 so far, which is not bad.
There is the boom grenade off the top.
Off the top, activating Dio, getting 2 action points. This is gonna be a lot of damage if Andrew's able to cobble together another attack.
Just needs one more attack here.
Yep, literally just one more boost attack. And yep, he's gonna choose to draw here, knowing what the top card of his deck is. I think Blake might be dead here. We've got 2 boom grenades on board and a maximum velocity in hand. All the resources we need to be able to play out our cards. Ooh, a zipper hit.
And a zipper hit. That's a blink. That is a blink, and it does not block.
Yeah, this is an incredible amount of damage. Oh, big oof.
Should have 2 floating here for Andrew. He just called it.
Yeah, he just calls it. He knows. Yeah.
And it was another instant off the top. So in the null time zone.
It honestly, it was incredible. It was incredible in this matchup. It bought Andrew the time he needed. It basically put Blake off of an Arsenal for about two or three turns.
Yeah. It turned out really, really well. So Dio just able to put together a ton of damage.
Yeah.
And it was really, really, really impressive. I mean, Blake did everything he could, digging as much as he could, activating Cilio, trying to preserve life and still send as much as he could, but just got a little overrun.
Yeah.
And the disruption.
Sure. Yep. And no, I mean, it is what it is. Blake here though still playing really well, getting pretty close to it. But Andrew just kind of drawing what he needed, seeing really timely Sparky Geniuses to be able to find the items that he needed that he brought in for this matchup specifically.
Yeah. All right, and with that, we will find out if we're sending you to the finals or our next top 4 matchup, and we will be back very soon.
Yep, see you then.
And welcome back. We are at our finals here for Blood on the Bayou, event number 4 of our spring circuit at the Adventure Begins. Thank you to the Adventure Begins. Thank you to Opus Arts for making this 1K event happen, as well as $8,000 in prizing for the entire circuit. And we have an Arachne Marionette versus Dash IO.
Yeah, so I think the Arachne here is probably a little bit favored, but not by much. So on any turns where the Marionette player will not be able to present any disruption either to the hand or the arsenal, then Dio's going to get a chance to just be really explosive, right? And where the players are here, they already started off. It looks like Marionette chose to go first, attacked with a Hunter's Clave, and then played a to the point, leaking over a little bit of damage. They're coming with a second Hunter's Clave to mark the hero.
Getting a technical core off the top, though.
Yep, really good for turn 0.
So everything's starting out pretty well. Getting marked on your first turn, kind of just a thing that happens, and then the core coming out. No counter on the core. Let's see if we're gonna get some counters on the core. Nope, we're just gonna go on vibes. It'll be fine.
Yeah, okay, thank
you.
There we go.
The core does come down. We get wow, all the items coming off the top as we need them. Cerebellum processor coming out. 2 action points available to Dio here with 1 left floating. There is a little bit of a different arm piece here. We have Tinkerings.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that. Yeah, good job pointing that out, because normally it's the Braces of Belief, right?
Yeah, so Andrew has been running the Braces of Belief all day, but now running the Tinkerings, opting for a little more block, as well as it's kind of a side effect. It also gives an extra counter to the gun.
Oh, true, because that makes an item coming onto the arena. That's very true.
It does. I don't really know that it really matters too terribly much. It can, but at the end of the day, it's just 2 more. It's 2 more block, I think, is really what it's there for. So Fast and Furious going to come down 0 for 4, go again, boosting a Fast and Furious.
Ooh, wow.
Putting a counter on Cerebellum processor. Ooh,
man, this has been an incredible turn and a half for Andrew. First, the technical core on his opponent's first turn, followed by the Cerebellum processor on his turn, and getting a Fast and Furious that went ahead and boosted another Fast and Furious to get an additional counter on the Cerebellum processor.
Yeah.
This has been an incredibly powerful turn.
Yeah, it's been very, very good. And when you see Alluvial, she's definitely got more defensive cards in the deck as Fate Foreseen is coming out. And I feel like of the 3 0 for 4 block card, 0 for 4 D-Reacts, Fate Foreseen is kind of the last one that most of the time you're looking at.
Yeah.
So maybe even upwards of 12 D-Reacts in this deck.
Yep. So maybe like 3 Fates, 3 Sinks, 3 Shelters, and potentially some of the Assassin Ranger ones?
Possibly. So then this is going to be a heist coming out. It does not look to be live, but it is just 5 more damage coming out. Not able to block the outpace with any equipment. So heist going to be coming out for 5 and transforming into the Orb Weaver with the mask on blocking duty. Activating the chest piece here, the Teklo core, Teklo.
Oh my goodness, he has a maximum velocity.
The maximum. This turn was
Lord
huge.
Yeah, this turn was absolutely over the top here for Andrew. So looking at, what is that, 4 into 4, so that's 8, 13, 23 damage and establishing an item. Wow. Just wow.
I think if Andrew got to like pick his hand, this is
pretty close to exactly what he would want in his opening hand.
Yeah, pretty close, pretty close. So maybe one more outpace instead of the heist, just so that they can't block with the helmet. Maybe I don't even know. But
but at that point you're just nitpicking, right? Yeah.
This is crazy. This is crazy good stuff here. So Alluvial kind of in the blender here with 2 cards left in hand. See what they want to do here. No action points left available for Dio.
Yeah,
mercifully.
Just what an explosive turn. I can't, like you said, I can't fathom a stronger start.
So, and even One thing we did that I don't know if we mentioned, the Fast and the Furious boosting over to give another
Yep.
Steam counter
Mm-hmm.
to keep the cerebellum processor around.
Yep.
And here is my least favorite card, cut from the same cloth.
I don't know. Andrew's kind of making the cut from the same cloth look pretty balanced, huh?
But this hand is abysmal.
This hand is terrible. This deck giveth and it taketh away.
It definitely was like you get to have a strong turn and you don't get to do anything now.
Yep.
So a couple of boom grenades, a cerebellum processor, and well, I forgot the last card.
I think it was just one of the boost attacks.
Yeah, just a boost attack. So this can be a Callisto right here coming in for 5. Go again.
5 go again. Wait, no, sorry, 6. No, yeah, 5. I always think the Mario player always has access to the +1 and go again, but that's only when they're the base Mario.
That's just because it feels like it.
Yeah.
It just sitting on the. I know that I've heard people say that the Mario deck is like difficult to pilot. There are parts of it that are difficult to pilot. I've never actually played the deck. I just know I always feel like I'm getting violated by the deck. So, gonna try and clear up this hand just a little bit here.
Do you think he bottomed one of the 2 boom grenades?
So, please, please make it go away. So going to block out. Let's see, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, blocking
6 on 5.
6 on 5,
With
and
Illuvio having 1 card left in hand.
and then a Meat Madness. I mean, at this point, I just no block. And Andrew is saying the same thing. Gonna ball down to 29. Gonna see what happens here. And it is 1, which is going
Target.
to
They choose a
be-
card in their hand and banish it. I believe is the one that Illuvio rolled.
So missing on the 33 there. Puts the boom grenade in there. Now, it's not like all bad because Andrew does run heists.
Mhm.
We've seen one of them. I'm not sure how many heists he runs.
I'm gonna go and guess probably like 2 to 3.
I think it's probably some in the neighborhood of 2. I don't know if they're running all 3 at this point, but because it still is like a 2 for 5 against a deck that isn't upset about blocking.
Yeah.
You know. So I don't know.
No, well, let's see what Andrew can cobble together here.
So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what he can do here. That's the 0 for 5 on zipper hit.
Yep.
So that is pretty good. And his go again with 1 floating left from the Tekla core that went out of the arena.
Interestingly enough, Andrew here banished a boom grenade, a yellow boom grenade for the boost, where he could have played it with the dash hero ability to gain an extra action point and have a boom grenade on board. So I'm wondering if he's trying to fish for a stronger item in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't know. That is interesting. I didn't realize that. No, that's at least 2 or 3 boom grenades down now.
Mm-hmm.
So Cerebellum Processor still in hand, and a Pulse Wave Harpoon is the other card, it looks like. Yeah, Pulse Wave Harpoon not going to be super great here, but going to go ahead and deploy it as it is. Using up that last resource. Gets to see 2 cards.
Yeah, looks like Stains the Redback and Cut from the Same Cloth.
So 4 more damage is on order here.
So Illuvio, I think, like I said, had Stains of the Redback, Cut from the Same Cloth, I think a Tarantula Toxin, and a 4th mystery card. So potentially setting up a really powerful turn to crack back with.
And go ahead and take the 4 down to 20, it appears, as we have Andrew could just play out the Cerebellum Processor, not crank, and have the 2 counters around. Does crank anyway.
Yep. Does crank, potentially
And
trying to draw to
draws
set up a
into
new
an
arsenal card.
arsenal.
Yep. Looks like it was a zipper hit.
Yeah,
Then-
that's pretty good.
Yep. Andrew here with a decent life lead. Illuvio, I don't believe representing any disruption, just raw damage. All right, so I go to the hand. Maximum velocity. I think that's a heist of Fast and Furious and a Techno Core.
Yeah, pretty resource intensive hand here. And we also know that there's a zipper hit. So if we start counting resources, the heist and the zipper hit, that's 3. And then another 2 from the that needed for the max V. So needing 5 resources and only having access to 4 at this point, and that's assuming that we use the Tekla Foundry Heart and the Tekla Core.
Yep.
So not going to be quite enough to
Well,
make everything happen.
we have the Achilles Accelerator, right? So that can always gain us an action point, which in turn will let us draw a card off of the Cerebellum Processor. And if we can find an item off the top that'll gain us an additional action point, which will let us draw an additional card with our second Cerebellum Processor.
Yeah.
Andrew has the potential here to deal an incredible amount of damage. Not to say nothing about Alluvial Storm. I'm sure Alluvial Storm is going to be incredibly powerful as well. And it's any turn starting with pick up a card from the same cloth and the Kiss of Death is bound to be a ton of damage.
Yeah, this is definitely so on order of 7 is the ask right now. On hit, take an extra 1. So with just this on hit, nothing else being presented, this would bring Andrew down to 21. Oh, we in reactions here?
I believe so. I'm sure Andrew's basically saying no blocks because none of this is disrupting Andrew's turn.
Yeah.
Which I think is the only thing he cares about.
And Tarantula Toxin, and this is why you just never block this.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Tarantula Toxin is going to punish you every single time.
I believe that was a total of 11 damage.
Yeah, so down to 18. My totals correcting themselves here. And it is time to see what kind of turn Andrew can put together.
Wow. Yeah, I think Andrew's in a great spot here, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, this is.
He looks to be in command of this game, and he's about to send an incredible amount of damage. We're fairly certain that he can resolve the maximum velocity of this turn, along with a bunch of other boost attacks. So here comes
here is
3 go again.
Yeah, Fast and Furious just for 0 for 3. We've not cranked yet this turn. So could potentially crank off the top to make it 4. But, you know, fun Dio combat tricks.
Mm-hmm.
So just going to be the 3 go again as Alluvial ponders on blocks. Trying to make sure we got the battlefield cleaned up a little bit here so it's a little obvious as to what's going on. Thank you to our players. It has been a long day of Flesh and Blood.
It has been an incredibly long day of Flesh and Blood.
It has been a fun day nonetheless. 28 players here at the Adventure Begins. Thank you once again to Adventure Begins for hosting and Opus Arts for the tokens provided. So going to take the 3 on down to 14 and going to do the thing that we've seen Andrew
Draw
do
a card,
multiple
activate
times.
Achilles Accelerator, get your action point back. We've boosted once this turn so far. Probably going into 2 with the zipper hit out of the arsenal. Andrew's still kind of thinking, planning out his turn. Since it's the finals and it's untimed, you have a lot of time in the world to really kind of think about your turns.
Yeah.
We still expect players to play at a reasonable pace, but they have a little bit more leeway because it is the finals. So you're trying to make sure you maximize your turns as best as you can.
Yeah, so 2 left floating here. Alluvial now knowing, since she has seen the hand of Andrew, that max velocity is live.
Yeah.
So I think that if I'm in this spot that I'm like, well, I definitely want to block out the heist. That's what I'm looking to block out the most so that some boom grenade doesn't get ripped out of the banish and then I have to deal with the max velocity and a boom grenade on hit.
And the worst part is you're kind of priced into blocking this heist because you know there are boom grenades, right? Like you said, in the banish zone. So this just seems like an incredibly powerful turn from Andrew. Honestly, every turn from Andrew's been pretty great, except maybe his second one where he just had like the 4 items in his hand or something, 3 or 4 items in his hand. That was his weakest turn, and
he still set up a lot.
Yeah, still was able to set up a decent amount.
Found the other blue.
Found the other blue. Yep.
Going to activate Tekla Foundry Heart just to see if we can rip an item off the top.
And
not
coming
there.
In for 10.
And send in the 10
for
max velocity. And take 9.
I believe that puts Alluvio at 4.
The life totals have been a little screwy today.
Yeah.
That's all right.
All we know is Andrew's up, Alluvio's a little down,
Yeah.
and they have a lot of they have a lot of space to cover.
And there's a lot to make up here. So Livio definitely not on like the straight fatigue plan.
Mm-hmm.
Has been, but I don't. I mean, even with the amount of damage that's come across, I don't know. I mean, just straight fatiguing was going to be difficult anyway.
Yeah. So again, Andrew being an incredibly skilled DO player, he's aware that fatiguing is going to be nearly impossible if he's just allowed to play out anywhere from 1 to 3 maximum velocities. It's really difficult to fatigue that card in general. It's so above rate. You have to do a lot in order to get there. But when you're doing the thing that DO loves to do anyway, which is play all your boost cards, play out some items, you're typically given the room to cast it if your opponent's not presenting a lot of disruption.
Yeah. So it looks like Livio is actually down to 1. So looking for trap door.
I believe he was Alluvio was rolling for Meat Madness. Yes.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, they were rolling for Meat Madness. They rolled I think the banish from the top.
Yes. So that blue throttle or throttle as everybody says in real life, getting banished off the top here. Just one little damage has got to leak over. We're gonna lose these
cerebellum
processors. And
looks like it's 1 to 7.
Yes, so 7 playing 1 here in the finals, and Sprocket Rocket coming out on the combat chain. 3 go again.
Yeah. Alluvio is basically poised to block for the rest of the game. And that's not necessarily a spot you want to be in against Dio. Dio has access to a bunch of varying, damage numbers, and 3 go again, 4 go again, 5 go again. It all kind of and the new Trebuchet card can like really also mess with those numbers. So it's going to be tricky for Alluvio to be able to work their way out of this.
Spark of Genius here going to get a Cerebellum Processor, the 3rd and final one out of the deck, and then replace itself with a draw off the top as Andrew has boosted this turn. See what else is going to make its way to the combat chain. I mean, and there's just so many of these Mechanologist boost cards are at awkward breakpoints to begin with. Zipper hit at a 1 for 5, 0 for 60 at 4, 0 for 4. It's just a lot of awkward breakpoints just in the core boost cards.
Yeah, for sure. Andrew here, trying to cobble together the rest of his turn. Oh, another Sparky Genius. This is looking like it's going to be a pretty tough turn for Alluvio to work their way out of this. Andrew here, I think, trying to get an item on the top of the deck after all this shuffling, so that he can kind of get 2 action points and maybe be able to send double symbiosis shot, which I think will probably close out the game.
Yeah, definitely. If we get some extra action points for the gun, it's going to be extremely difficult to cover up. What does Flick Knives block? Does it only block 1?
1. Yeah, blocks 1 with Blade Break.
Okay. Can only be so good, right? Backup Protocol Red going to be what is pulled out of the deck here. So able to convert a blue into a 0 for 4 easily. Or maybe even a 1 for 5. Shall see how the resources shake down here for Andrew. Have our Blood on another.
Yep, activating
protocol.
Tactical Foundry Heart. Getting 2 resources.
Shall see. We have our Blood on the Bayou tournament points here on the line for first place. See, and we're going to use those 2 resources to grab.
I'm guessing Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious is a 0 for 4.
Yeah.
We have anything else in the deck that may be on what we're looking for?
Yep.
It is going to be another Fast and Furious. 0 for 4. Go again. Demanding a card and some armor or 2 pieces of or 2 cards.
I'm guessing it'll be card and armor. It doesn't look like Alluvio has any defense reactions in their hand. So yeah, look at grabbing the tunic here and a 3-block, I'm guessing.
And don't think this game is going 3 more turns, that's for sure.
Absolutely not going 3 more turns. However, one thing to note, Andrew's deck was looking a little thin there. If he's not able to generate extra action points to be able to send the symbiosis shot over 2 chain links, there's a chance Alluvio could weather the storm and fatigue Andrew here, but looking less and less likely with all of these items. Okay. Activating another backup protocol red. Boosting again.
Gonna get
Winning for 4, go again.
Get the Flake Knives off the board. So I think that this gets the Flake Knives off the board, and then the gunshot comes in and gets the last card out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
There is none floating here.
Yeah. And then symbiosis shot for 2. Yep, block that. Yep.
Now a 4-card hand available for Andrew to see what he can put together and try and push through that last point of damage. Man, again, I can't play this deck. I have so much. Deck size is so small. I have so much anxiety. I'm like just heart's pumping. Like, how am I gonna win this game?
Definitely not a deck for the faint of heart. I agree with that. It's an incredibly difficult deck to pilot very well, and to pilot to the exact margins that you need to pilot it to. But this, oh man, this might be the backbreaker.
Yeah, here's the trebuchet.
Because this is presenting lethal on its own, but it's gonna pump a further attack. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. It's been a long day. It's gonna pump an attack further down the combat chain.
Yeah, which makes it extremely difficult to deal with. So strange breakpoints now 5.
Yeah, so this is going to demand 2 cards, even with a defense reaction. Since the Blackside Whispers already has a -1 counter on it, it does not block, or does not present any block value. Alluvio here putting it on the combat chain because they have to, according to the rule text of
yeah, you must block with
T-Bone
equipment for T-Bone.
And then I think moving to reactions here. I believe to the point blocks 2, so I think we're moving to reactions. Or okay, yeah. Discarding. This is the blue instant that lets you discard and grab a defense reaction, I think, from your graveyard that you can play out this turn. Or not.
It's supposed to grab a trap, and I don't think that Alluvio found
I don't believe
a
Alluvio has any traps. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, Andrew being a good sport, letting Alluvio bring it back to hand to be able to block with it instead of trying to look for a trap. Alluvio doesn't have any traps in the graveyard.
Plays the boom grenade. That's it. That's gonna
and I
steal
believe
the deal
that's gonna.
there.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh, that's yep.
And that's gonna be
Great
it.
games here.
Dash IO taking it down. Andrew for his second Blood on the Bayou win.
Yep.
Very, very cool. We're gonna do a quick interview with Andrew in just a moment. Life total is going down like crazy. It is absolutely insane here. So much overkill damage. But yeah, we will do an interview with Andrew real quick, and then we'll be right back.
I'll see y'all then.
Welcome back to Blood on the Bayou, the fourth event in our circuit. I'm here with today's winner, Andrew. How has your tournament gone today? Well, you ended up at first, obviously, but
Yeah, I mean, pretty good considering that I almost didn't make it out. Like, it's pretty good. So,
yeah, we're very glad that you can make it out. This is your second win
Yes.
within the circuit, which is catapulting you into first place by a pretty good margin. It looks like you have a pretty good shot of getting first place in the entire circuit at this point, with only 2 events left on the schedule.
yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that. What was your path to the finals? What was the decks you played up leading up to
Shit, actually, let me see. I write down everything I play.
Oh,
so, I want to say round one. What did I play? Round one was Emmett Luna, and he was on Gravy.
Perfect.
And then my round two was a Reinar. Then my round three was the Vin set that was on stream. And then round 4 and 5 were Michael Ramsey and
Alluvial.
yeah.
So a lot of Marios today, a lot of Asilios. It seems like kind of the big meta threats going into this. What made you want to bring Dio into these kind of meta threats?
I literally haven't played any Fab since the last Blood on the Bayou, and I have like 1,000 games on Dio, so it's just something muscle memory. So
Yeah, definitely a bit of a comfort pick there.
yeah. So
Yeah, and definitely you showed your prowess of beating the Asilios and the Marionettes throughout the day. So definitely seems like a good pick for when you're facing off against these kind of decks. Lastly, just getting a look forward, in addition to obviously the future events of Blood on the Bayou, is there anything else you're looking forward to in either the set reveals, events, or anything else coming up?
probably PT Vegas. I got a bunch of friends and family over there, so I'm gonna be excited to play Fab and go and watch them or go hang out with them.
Perfect. And then we have one final question that's very incredibly important. Does chili require beans?
Yeah. The hell? What? like,
I've been hearing a lot of mixed answers on this, and I'm just glad that we have it on the record that the correct answer is yes.
yes.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that one. It's just obvious.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So
Yeah.
I don't know. All I gotta say though is Corp is bad though. Corp is bad though.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you. Thank you for showing up, and congratulations on the win.
awesome. And also shout out to everyone I play test with back home. Like, they help me out a lot. So cool. We good?
Yep. Thank you for having us.
Awesome. Thank you all. Thank you all.